So today what we're going to be doing is building a bunch of Grafana dashboards. Yesterday, towards the end of the stream, I realized that the best thing to do for this would actually be to have Claude figure out what set of dashboards we need, and what each of those dashboards should have, how that should tie into our learning. A lot of times, from what I've seen, dashboards are kind of like one-off created as things are...
cannot read compressed request in 0 seconds. Unexpected EOF. Log means VM single receives an incomplete request because the connection is closed while the body is being transmitted. And I trace the flow from FluentBit through traffic, vmoth, and VM single, showing that all 3 VM single instances are affected by a race condition, where vmoth's idle connection timeout of 50 seconds collides with VM single's idle connection timeout of 60 seconds, causing VM single to close the connection before it starts reading the body. I recommended reducing vmoth's idle connection timeout to 30 seconds or disabling VM single's forced connection close by setting the HTTP connection timeout to 0. Would you like me to implement one of these fixes?
I need to implement some key so that I can pause or stop the text-to-speech. So what I was saying is that a lot of times dashboards, they're kind of one-off. You have a lot of overlapping charts and dashboards, and it's very hard to figure out what you should go look at to get the information you need. So the better thing I felt like was to have Claude come up with a plan for the dashboards, and it separated them into these sort of 4 groups: infrastructure, platform, data, and observability. I don't know, observability is a little bit of a weird one. This is all observability, but we'll come back to this. This is kind of the initial plan, and I want to see what it generates from this. But the point is that, you know, if we sit down and actually think about what is the set of charts you need and what is their purpose, I think probably we'll end up with a lot less overlapping charts that ultimately lead to making it harder to debug issues. And so towards the end of yesterday, I was looking at examples on Grafana. Has here a bunch of demo dashboards. Some of them are good, some of them are not special. And anyway, it was going to be hard to, there's not just like some couple good high quality ones that I could find quickly. And so I realized a better thing was probably to just have Claude also help me make some demo pages. And so that's kind of what we have here. And towards the end of yesterday, I was trying to get these all working well. You see, like, there's some issues here with, there's just too many things. But yeah, if we get a few demo pages done, we can use that to seed all of the other dashboards that we're going to have Claude generate. So that's what we're going to work on first, getting these demos really good, really high signal, having sort of everything we want. Like even for example, there's a P99, P95, P50. I don't remember if this is kind of like the standard way to do it with 3 separate lines here, one being green, yellow, and red. I don't know. I got to think about this some more. And so that's what I'm going to take a look at. So this is stacked network. Yeah, which is maybe what you want for network. So some of these make sense. Some of these need to be evaluated. You have some label issues here. Yesterday, these weren't even working. So the other thing too is to check in these actual demos. Right now, I've been copying and pasting. You can go into Grafana and just copy and paste this. I've been saving this here so that Claude can edit it, and then I paste it back in. But the other thing to do is to actually make this integrated so that these require deploys to be updated. I just hadn't quite done that yet because I was trying to more quickly iterate. So, and one thing that's been kind of frustrating is that this sort of JSON setup, that's interesting. Permissions errors. I wonder if this is also related to Vitess. Yesterday we had a Vitess issue because of Vitess doesn't support everything MySQL supports. Grafana seems to use a lot of MySQL features. So one thing that's kind of unfortunate about the JSON model here for Grafana is it's pretty verbose. I don't know if it could be denser, but it uses up a lot of tokens. And so this means like when we're using Claude, we have to be careful about when we let it look at and edit dashboards because it's going to burn through context quickly. But anyways, and yeah, hopefully, I mean, ideally each one of these pages shouldn't have a ton of stuff on it. That's one of the nice things with this, is that it should just be clear what you're looking at when you're looking at a page. Hopefully we can get there today. And then I think if we have time, what I'll do is take a look at our alerting and see if I can tie alerting into the dashboards, and if we have those dashboards that make sense for our alerts. Or maybe we have to redo our alerts. Maybe we have to redo our dashboards. I'm not sure. So even, for example, this morning when I woke up and there was an alert, these alerts don't wake me up right now. At some point they will. There was an alert at 2:35 a.m. saying that there were errors in fraud, errors, period. So if we look at this, we need to also, it's actually something I'm going to add here. So when we just open this link, it shows us the last hour. Grafana links on Slack show us the last hour. They should start sometime before the alert fired. Really, they should show a window based on the alert threshold. Okay, we'll maybe do that later. But if we look here, we go here, we got some errors. These aren't, it's not a ton of errors, but I could make this alert a little bit less noisy so that it had a higher threshold. But there's also a question here: why is VM auth 502ing? It's not doing it a ton. It seemed to end. I don't have any restart jobs happening at that time. So that was the first thing I was looking into here, and this is exactly why we need better dashboards. So that when we get these alerts, we can just see what's going on. Are there other services 502ing? Because even, for example, here, we're looking for for errors, and maybe there's other logs that are relevant or other things that are happening that we just can't see from the logging here easily. So that's the plan. Observability is the name of the game today. Let me go ahead and do some timestamps. So we'll call this 0805. We're going to a little bit to debugging. Let's take a look at this real fast. About this song. Okay, what does it say here? Pattern shows all 3 VM singles. VM single is Victoria Metrics single. Victoria Metrics basically has high availability clusters that you can deploy. Cluster that you can deploy. It's a lot more work. A single metric server can really handle a lot, and we still have high availability because we have multiple of them. So we write to all 3. Eventually, if you had a ton of metrics, you would maybe need to use their high availability deployments, but they're a lot more work. They're less performant. You know, realistically, for a small company or anything small, if you're using more than VM single can handle, it probably means you're emitting too many metrics. You don't want to emit unlimited metrics and logs and have to deal with it for no reason. So all 3 had issues. VM single never even started reading the body. So the body for whatever happened with these 502 requests. These metrics writes are from VM agent, not just fluent bit logs. Okay. So VM agent, Victoria Metrics agent it's an agent that basically collects the metrics in each one of our clusters. We have multiple Kubernetes clusters, and each of those clusters has VM agent running in it on all of the nodes, and it scrapes the logs. It scrapes the metrics and the logs VM agent does metrics, FluentBit does logs. VM agent is scraping the metrics from each of the pods, sending those to VM auth in the management cluster. The management cluster is what has all of our observability. Traffic is the ingress. So something between here is failing. Specifically, VM auth is 502ing. The connection drops between VM auth and VM single before the body is transmitted between VM auth. So it's saying VM auth to VM signal. Is this coming from VM auth? No, I thought this was coming from FluentBit. But it's saying that this is the issue, which is that VM auth is trying to write to, let me scroll down a little bit. Yeah, VM auth is trying to write to VM signal and getting unexpected end of file. The connection drops before the body is transmitted. Here's the timing issue. VM signal connection timeout 2 minutes. Force close all connections after 2 minutes. VM single 1 minute. Close idle connections. Again, this is why it would be really nice to have some dashboards, because if we had dashboards, we could see, did we have a spike in traffic then? Did we have a spike in logs then? Did something happen? Because again, I have no restarts or anything happening at 2. And all of this is like within a cluster. None of this should really depend on external services for the most part. So why is this happening? And this is why also, I think I talked about this yesterday, but I really like to have an alert on errors like this, because what happens is that at companies a lot of times, errors like this kind of just get ignored, deprioritized, and you just have them. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it's not fine, and you just don't even know. Maybe you're dropping logs and metrics and you're not even aware of it. And so it's just nice to have a really good understanding of what your infrastructure is doing, because then you can just be confident that you're not having random issues. When you go to debug stuff, you know, you have all the information you need. So VM single has idle connection timeout, idle connection timeout, 50 seconds. Duration condition works that VM auth keeps a pooled connection to VM single. I guess I can't drink while I'm reading. Connection sits idle for 50 to 59 seconds. Under VM auth's 50-second threshold, but approaching VM signal 60-second threshold. VM auth grabs connection from pool, starts sending request. During transmission, VM signal idle time fires. It's 60 seconds of idle from its perspective. What's this? I see. I don't know if this is right. Only happens when the connection timing hits the narrow race window. I mean, let's actually do this. Let's look for this. Over the last 24 hours. Over the last 7 days. And we had a bunch of them at one point. Know about this. So we seem to get these periodically. Wait, 50 seconds default, now well below VM singles. This might be a little bit much. Was 50-second default, now well below VM singles 60 seconds.
my slippers.
Or alternatively, just so I don't think we want to do this because you could just keep connections alive forever to VM single, which is not what you want to do. So the question is it was 50 seconds. So VM auth closes the connections at 50 seconds and VM single closes them at 60 seconds. So how is it the case that VM single ever closes a connection? How is it the case that VM single ever closes a connection on VM auth if VM auth has a connection idle timeout that is 50 seconds lower than VM single? Also, isn't the idle connection timeout for VM auth the server, the client to VM auth connection timeout, the VM auth to VM single connection timeout, client timeout? I'm not sure about this either way. So I would think this idle connection timeout is when you're talking to VM auth, not VM auth talking to VM single. I'm not sure. You're right to push back on this. Let me reread the VM auth help output more carefully. Okay. Tell me not to worry about it. It's saying we get 0.0001% error rate. Not good enough. We did 15 million write requests in 24 hours, and we had 15 errors. There it is. There what is?
I explained that the idle timeout settings are correct and identified VM singles hard, coded 2-minute connection lifetime, HTTP, con timeout, as the actual cause of the occasional EOF errors, describing how vmoth keeps connections busy while VM single force closes them after 2 minutes. I detailed the impact, about 15 EOF errors out of 15.4 million write requests in a day, a negligible error rate, and outlined 3 options. Leave it as is, increase or disable the 2-minute timeout, or further lower vmoth's idle timeout, which wouldn't help.
I see. So it's an idle timeout, right? So basically, VM single has a 1-minute idle timeout. If you have a connection open, you're not doing anything. You're not sending any requests. VM single is going to time you out. VM auth is going to time the connection out at 50 seconds if it hasn't done anything with it. So, but VM single has just a 2-minute hard limit on connections where it's going to time you out, even if you're actively using it. Gotcha. And so what happens is that VM auth is doing a bunch of requests, and VM single's like, you're done with this connection, open up a new connection. That's why we get the 502. We could probably improve that by increasing the hard limit to a higher time window, but no matter what, you're going to get these errors. Yeah. Yeah, VM auth opens a connection is actively used, and then after 2 minutes, VM single force closes it. VM auth doesn't know and tries to use the connection on the next request. Yeah. 96 connections per hour are being closed by the 2-minute. Is that right? Yeah, it's saying 96 per hour, but we don't even see it that often because the idle timeout. Well, what would be nice is if VM auth tried to use the connection before sending a request, but I guess that would take extra time. The idle timeout, 50 seconds VM auth versus 60 seconds VM single is correctly configured, but there's a different timeout. Yeah. Under load VM auth connections stay busy. VM auth doesn't close them. VM single force closes them. Occasionally VM auth tries to use a connection right as VM single closes it. Do nothing. Yeah, I mean, option 1, it says do nothing, which is reasonable. Option 2, increase VM signal's connection timeout so that even if your connection's active, it'll stay alive longer to 5 minutes, or completely disable it, completely disabling it. I'm not totally opposed to. I think probably they did it to, I don't know, force refresh connections. I don't know how they could get into a bad state, but yeah, I don't know. It forces the clients to actually be active. Not a huge fan of that design decision, but there may be some reasons I'm unaware of. Reduce VM auth's idle timeout further. Yeah, this one really helped. Okay. I am going to fix this. Then I gotta take a little break for a second. How about twos you're seeing? So, the only way we're going to get rid of them is to do this, to set it to 0. Let's do that for now. Set HTTP, set VM single, HTTP connection, timeout back to 2 minutes. Checking graphs. And add. After checking graphs and add fix alerting. So basically, I'm going to set it to 0 now. Go ahead and set it to 0. I want to see if this actually fixes these logs. And then I'll reset it back to later. This.
Permission requested. Edit index. TS file in the Kiwi2 infra directory.
That should fix it. No, you're not deploying. I am deploying. We'll go ahead and deploy this. Let me timestamp where we're at. 24. Take a 5 minutes. $30. Let's just check if this real fast. I mean, that worked. Okay. We're going to save this over here, and I'll check that back tomorrow. Dashboards. Okay. We definitely have to deal with the noise on this alert, but for the moment, I want to keep saying errors. Now, where to start? Panel showcase. I have no idea. I'm gonna go ahead and save this because I don't even know what changes I have in here. Save. So let's see. I think the first thing to do is to actually get these panels rendering where I have to actually deploy the updates. I don't know. As soon as I do that, it's like I'm gonna have to deploy every single time I want to update, which is not fun. Maybe I can make a command temporarily to copy the dashboards over so that I don't have to actually run a deploy every single time, because I want to make a bunch of changes quickly. Let's go ahead and have Claude get started on that, and let me put a timestamp here. And 34:05. Start building a dashboard. I found that I have to exit out of Claude because sometimes the CLI is not great. Let's see. How are we going to do this? We have some dashboards for Grafana and add examples. I'd like to start deploying these dashboards. Is it possible to have only specific folders, dashboards managed by uploading JSON? Can we do that for these dashboards and put them in the example folder? Also, I want to make a script. Play through Moon. It doesn't really matter. Make a script that lets us update the config maps. Dashboards quickly, so I don't have to do a Pulumi deploy every time. Update them. Right. The other thing is, I wonder, once we define these, I want to keep it so that I can still edit them, because I want to be able to just try to make changes and then copy it over. So we'll see. Like I want it to have this sort of overwrite behavior, but I don't want it to be restricted. Okay, so this is going to enable the Grafana dashboard, sidecar, and helm. Create a function.
Permission requested. Edit index. TS file in Grafana monitoring resources.
Create a function to generate dashboard config maps from JSON files. Create a function to generate dashboard config maps from JSON files. Wire up example dashboards to be deployed. Yep, looks good. Isn't ideal necessarily, because if we move the folders around, now the config map name changes. I'll probably have it change this. So right now it wants to put the folder path in there. Like if we do that, then we're gonna end up with a bunch of config maps we have to delete manually. I think we could probably just do it based on the dashboard ID.
Permission requested. Command to test dashboard listing. Permission requested. Command to test dry run mode for Grafana dashboard update.
What did you do? QB management, prod monitoring. That's cool. So I made it so that you can update a specific folder. What I needed to do is I need to also delete config
Permission
maps.
requested. Command to test dashboard listing. Permission requested. Command to test dry run for specific dashboard.
Let me create config maps from JSON files.
I made the Grafana update script executable. Type checked the type script changes. and fixed a syntax error in the bash script by adjusting the dashboard listing function and handling of JSON files. I added a dashboard folders configuration and a create dashboard config maps function to the Grafana index TypeScript file, enabled the Grafana dashboard sidecar in the Helm values, and created a new update dashboards bash script that supports listing, updating, specific folder or dashboard selection, and dry run mode. This lets Pulumi generate config maps for selected JSON dashboards while the sidecar automatically loads them, and the script provides quick iteration without rerunning Pulumi. I explained that the script only applies config maps and does not delete old ones, so renaming a JSON file would leave both dashboards in Grafana. I described 3 options: manually deleting the old config map, adding a sync flag to the script to remove config maps that no longer have matching files, or using Pulumi to manage renames and deletions. And I offered to implement the sync option that would list all Grafana dashboard config maps, compare them to the current JSON files, and delete any without a matching file.
So here I'm going to update the IDs of these dashboards just so once I apply this script, we keep the old ones. Just make sure that everything's up to date. Then we can delete these old ones. Not sure we even need this dashboard. This is the one I made manually. Example, simple dashboard.
Permission requested. Command to test bash help output for update dashboard script.
I just wanted a short. Command to test sync dry run
low
context dashboard. Well, not yet. This edit settings. Save. Save. Okay.
Permission requested. Command to test sync dry run tail output in Grafana dashboards. I updated the update dashboards script by expanding the usage message to include options, replacing the original argument parsing block with a new function that builds the list of expected config map names, and adding a call to the sync function at the end of the script. I then ran the script with a help flag and performed dry run sync tests to verify the new behavior. I explained that the sync flag lists all config maps labeled Grafana dashboard equals 1, compares them to the JSON files in the configured folders. Permission requested. Command to create example dashboards by qvectl.
Let's deploy this first. hopefully this works, and then it should be pretty easy to deploy changes. Like I said, I need to see if it's possible to modify dashboards, because I would really like to be able to change them and then just copy the JSON back over.
I edited the TypeScript file to import file URL to path from the URL module and define an ESM compatible dir name. Then I ran the TypeScript compiler to type check the change.
So we should see the dashboard config maps show up here in a second. There we go. Config dashboards. There we go. ran Plumi dash config maps, same to be created. These didn't get put in a folder. And I'm seeing the dashboards in Grafana. They did not get put into any folder. Beautiful. So I can still edit these. And then I assume if I update the config maps, it'll restart the pods and overwrite the previous values. Actually try that. Let's try this script that it wrote. Where's that script? Infracates clusters, management, cluster resources, monitor, Grafana, dashboards. Scripts. Examples. Okay, let's see if that worked. It's missing. Beautiful. Yeah, so if I reapply it. Oh, actually. Oops. How did I delete this last time? Edit. I didn't save the dashboard, so move, save. Oh, okay. It doesn't even let me save it, but it lets me make the changes at least. Beautiful. And then I can just copy it as JSON, paste it back over there. Awesome.
I checked the config map annotations, inspected the Grafana pods, and reviewed the sidecar logs to confirm the sidecar was writing to the temporary dashboards directory. I edited the TypeScript file for the Grafana provider to enable folders from file structure, which tells Grafana to create folders based on the directory structure. I explained that running Pulumi up will deploy this change and allow Grafana to create an examples folder from the tmp/dashboards/examples/path.
The sidecar is correctly. Sidecar is working correctly. Okay, let's see if that works. One thing that's been pretty annoying is all of my development is inside of this remote VM in the cluster, which is nice because the remote VM is nice because I have a 100 gig switch to the remote VM, so everything is pretty fast within the cluster. My laptop has a 10 gig switch, but it's just going to be slower for certain stuff. But the issue with this remote VM setup is I can't copy images into here, which is annoying. So if you're running Claude code on your MacBook, you can paste an image in. I don't even know if you can paste it. I think you have to actually save it to a file, but you can't do that on a remote VM. So I end up having to open up Claude in a separate window. But here's an example of where, like, especially too once I start doing app stuff, where it'd be really nice to just be able to have Claude see what's going on and make improvements. I wonder. I did set up Playwright so Claude can use Playwright, but I have auth for this, and Claude does not have auth to access Grafana. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'd really like to be able to paste photos. Let me ask Claude. Claude. I'm running Claude code view on a remote VM over SSH. I want to be able to paste images of websites in so that you can make improvements to the code base based on those images. I know if I'm using on my local laptop, and I can paste in images, paste images in. Do you have any recommendations for how I could do this with my remote VM setup? Let's see. Now it says it should make dashboards. Oh, it did. But one of them's not in the right spot. Why is this one? Maybe I should just move it. That worked, but for some reason, layout patterns is not in the examples dashboard on Grafana.
I explained that users can share images with Claude Code by referencing file paths after copying them with SCP or rsync, by mounting shared folders using SSHFS or reverse SSHFS, by syncing through cloud storage services, or by using a hybrid local remote workflow. And I recommended SSHFS as the smoothest approach.
Make sure I change the name of this one. I did. There shouldn't be a conflict. Yeah, so I can take screenshots. I can put them in a shared folder, shared between the VM and my laptop, but that really sucks.
Permission requested. Force update layout patterns using bash command.
Almost there. Yeah, that's what I wondered as
Permission
well.
requested. Command to delete and recreate
Delete the config map,
and
recreate it.
monitoring namespace.
That worked. Will we be able to support levels of folders with our current setup? Be real nice to be able to delete this.
I explained that nested folder paths are technically possible, but trigger Vitess errors with Grafana's recursive queries. So I outlined 3 options. Keep flat folders, test nested folders, or switch Grafana to SQLite or PostgreSQL. Want me to test a nested folder to see what happens, or should we stick with flat folders for now?
It's fine. We'll leave it like this. We can always fix it later. Okay. Figuring out how to sync images to Claude Code. Reference them on the remote VM. This is such a pain because I got to take the screenshot and then I got to move it into the folder. I got to know what the name is and then I got to reference it, but let's go ahead and try that. Do I? SSH file system. I don't think I have that. No. How do I install SSHS on macOS? macOS, and is there any way to make screenshots on macOS right to different folder?
I explained how to install MacFuse and SSHFS on macOS using Homebrew, how to change the screenshot location either via terminal commands or the graphical interface, and how to mount a remote folder with SSHFS and set that as the default screenshot destination, adding a tip to script the mount for quick reconnection.
How do I? This?
I explained several more reliable alternatives to SSHFS, including SyncThing with peer-to-peer syncing, Mutagen for fast development workflows, and a combination of fswatch and rsync that watches a folder and synchronizes changes. I also compared their reliability, setup effort, and speed, noting that fswatch plus rsync is ideal for minimal setup, while SyncThing offers set and forget reliability across reboots.
Yeah, SyncThing is fine. Watch as a folder. This is kind of interesting. Okay. Remote. That work? Let's see.
Yes. Defaults right com Apple. Screen capture show thumbnail bool false. Kill all system UI server. Screenshots will now save immediately without the floating thumbnail preview. To revert. Defaults delete com Apple. Screen capture show thumbnail. Kill all system UI server.
Nice. Exclude DS store.
I explained how to use fswatch together with rsync to automatically synchronize the local screenshots folder on the desktop to a remote server, showing a command that excludes the DS store file and another version that excludes all dot files.
Nice. Perfect, but it might work. 117. 36. Improving the example. Any way to get full screen browser. Command Shift P. I'm doing it. Open development Chrome. Screenshot. Okay. I'm wondering if it's better to give it a username and password I could make a temporary username and password for Claude Code. Maybe I should do that. I just think I'm gonna burn through tokens if I do that. But it would be nice because then I can see all the issues itself. Let's do that. We'll give it a temporary. User code. 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 Here. I've created a user in Grafana, Claude Code, third Claude Code. Can you try to access the example dashboards using Playwright MCP? Browser specified in your config is not installed. First install the applicable npm package.
Permission requested. Command to install Playwright and Chromium. Permission requested. Command to install Playwright at workspace root. Permission requested. Fill in email and password fields in the browser form.
Okay. Does Claude need some permissions or something? Let's see. This is nice in that it's pretty automated. Like, I don't have to do anything, but it's definitely going to be slower than me taking images. But both dashboards. No. Let's see. Oh, the permissions fail. I see. Let the music stop. Better mic stand. Can you save instructions?
Permission requested. Press End key.
Instructions on how to view the dashboard. We're going to use this setup. You can debug, improve Grafana. I'd like to see this image.
I closed the browser, read the existing README Markdown file, and created a new README Markdown file for the Grafana dashboards directory that explains the directory structure, deployment methods, how to view dashboards, direct URLs, Playwright session steps, adding new folders, troubleshooting, and known limitations. I also detailed how the Playwright integration navigates to dashboards by unique identifier, logs in if needed, captures screenshots, interacts with panels, and obtains element snapshots for debugging.
Awesome. Oh. That's weird. Moving up, Playwright, MCP for claude. Look at dashboards. Look at dashboard. README. We're trying to make a good set of demo dashboards to seed risks or dashboards from. Examples. Can you go through each of those and make sure they're working well? Everything we need to do any improvements you think are useful. I imagine we don't need a simple example anymore. Alright, claude, let's see. Demos, examples. All this. I do like this from the traffic dashboard, where you kind of see like the total 200s. I don't know about this. I don't know why these matter. It'd be unusual that you would care about all these. I feel like this should show you 200s and all error codes added up together so you can see the total. And separately, you should break down the error codes. I mean, this is a lot of repeated information, like this too. In my opinion, this should all be 2 graphs. I'm not sure if any of this other stuff is even doing anything. Average response time here. I don't know. It's nice to have these like small, but I don't even know if the small ones are that useful.
Permission requested. Press End key.
What's nice about with this setup is that it's going to be slow, but I can give it feedback and say, hey, you know, we don't need 2 of this, or this isn't working, and it'll just do it. It'll be slow, but it doesn't really make for great streaming content. This is something I can do in the background, right? I can open up a Claude session.
Several README files to replace references to the simple dashboard with the panel showcase dashboard, removed the simple JSON file, renumbered the remaining examples, and updated the directory listings and URL table accordingly. I also fixed panel showcase. JSON by collapsing a hidden data source row and correcting a legend format, and I marked a review to do as completed. Finally, I confirmed that panel showcase, tables and status, and layout patterns dashboards are all functioning as expected.
It's really fast for this to update. I don't know if this actually requires Grafana to reload or not. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like before the browser closes. Seems like the README was saying to use when you were done, but this seems to use a lot of context. Is there a way to close the browser without any outputs? Or should we keep it open the entire clause and just close the page?
I explained that the browser close function returns only a few lines of output, while snapshots and screenshots consume most of the context, and I recommended keeping the browser open for multiple checks, closing it when finished, and avoiding unnecessary snapshots. I also offered to add a note about this to the Readme. I explained that every playwright action returns a full page snapshot, so closing the browser still produces a large dump, and I suggested navigating to about blank before closing to minimize the snapshot. I edited the Readme file to add this guidance, updating the close step to include a navigation to about blank before the browser close command.
That sounds good. Look at our using that look at our sample dashboards. Make sure they're high quality and useful for seeding our plan in. You can make any changes. Let's see how it does. This is kind of cool. These work? Yeah, so this would take you to a dashboard, that node. way too much information here. Why does this have so many restarts? Interesting. Just restart it again. Oh, this is because VT-admin doesn't work with IPv6 properly, I believe. Yeah. I think that's why it's failing. Let me check on this one. What's wrong with this pod?
Permission requested. Command to deploy panel showcase dashboard. Explained that the metric server is deployed directly from the upstream manifest without any modifications, which causes issues on K3's clusters that require the kubulatin security ls argument. I proposed adding a transformation to the pulumi TypeScript config file to inject the kubulatin security ls argument into the metric server deployment. I asked if you'd like me to apply this fix.
Is this an issue for any of the other clusters or pods? This seems to be... It seems like this pod specifically is having more restarts than anything else.
Permission requested. Command to check previous logs of specific Docker containers. Permission requested. Command to check liveness/scrape correlation in the Kiwi app prod context.
I want to call this out because this is an example of where people talk about how good the LLMs are and stuff. It just was doing all this stuff. It says, we got to add this flag because all the certs, because we're installing metric server without any changes, and K3s requires this flag. I don't know if any of that's true, but what I do know is that only this pod has this many restarts. Seemingly all the other clusters are fine, so something's just misconfigured here. But if you didn't know, you might just say, okay, I guess we'll set this flag. And then you would just have this flag in there. Maybe you should have it, maybe you shouldn't, but you would be doing stuff wrong, right? And so I think it's important to recognize that, I mean, you can't just let these things go. You have to understand what they're doing.
Permission requested. Command to check liveness probe configuration. Permission requested. Command to check last termination reason of a Kubernetes pod. I examined the metric server pods across all clusters with Qvectal, compared pod ages and restart counts, and inspected recent logs and deployment configurations. I discovered that the app prod pod is 194 days old, and its aggressive 1-second liveness probe, combined with node restarts, caused about 6,517 restarts, approximately 34.5 restarts per day, whereas the other clusters have newer pods with low restart numbers. I suggested increasing the liveness probe timeout to 5 seconds and improving node stability to reduce future restarts.
Okay. I mean, it's saying that app prod is just older, and so it has more restarts. Not that it's actively restarting all the time.
Permission requested. Command to check for TLS errors in the logs. Permission requested. Command to show kubelet endpoints in the Kiwi app prod context. Permission requested. Command to check kubelet TLS certificate. Permission requested. Command to check for successful scrapes in the Kiwi app. Permission requested. Command to check if metric server is working. I updated the README. Permission requested. Command to check metric server volumes in the Kiwi app prod context.
Okay, so now we should add this flag.
I checked the
What
metric
is
server logs for TLS or certificate errors, and displayed the kubelet endpoints it contacts at each node's internal IP on port 10,250. I verified that the TLS connection succeeds, that kubectl top nodes returns data for all 6 nodes, and that the deployment mounts the cluster CA certificate for verification. I concluded that adding kubeletin secure TLS is unnecessary because the current errors are only transient, connection refused messages during node restarts.
Can we clear restart counts?
I explained that restart counts are immutable and can only be reset by recreating the pod, offering 2 options: deleting the pod so the deployment recreates it, or performing a rolling restart of the deployment, and I asked if you'd like me to run the command.
Added filters. Gotcha. Okay. Fix. Deploy, did it? No, it did. Oh, it's a data source limit. It does. I see the issue references, but the series names come through a raw query expression instead of instance. The fix is the fix is to change the panel query Victoria metrics directly with the proper. I think one thing that's gonna have to happen here is to have variables for all the data sources, as well as make sure the variables are used for all of the queries. Right now, it kind of just doing it randomly. I mean, I have no idea how it's going to do any of this because it's got a compact. I don't know how viable this is. This isn't going super well. I'd really like to just be able to paste images in. If I use Claude the browser though, then then I gotta paste in the JSONs for Grafana pages, and they're like a couple thousand lines, and then I gotta copy it back, and it's just crazy. So I think I'm gonna have to figure out screenshotting. I want to take full screen screenshots. Command Option A. Type screen. And
Dash themes in DevTools. Open the command menu with Command-Shift-P.
well, I thought Command-Shift-P would like scroll down. Maybe it does, but actually let's. There's nothing on here.
I closed the Playwright browser, edited the README markdown file to add a note about legend format, and updated several Grafana bar gauge and stat panels by replacing complex CPU percentage queries with simpler load average queries, adjusting units, thresholds, and titles accordingly. I explained that the issue was caused by the Victoria Metrics data source not applying legend format to complex expressions.
Oh, there we go. It actually fixed it. Nice. And it sorted it. I wanted to. Awesome. I'm getting there. What I wanted to see was
I edited the Grafana dashboard JSON to add a decimal setting of 1 to the field configuration.
Grafana doesn't render
updating
these
panels
charts
9,
because they're off
10,
the
and
screen.
50. Then I ran the update dashboard script to deploy the changes. So the values will now display as 0.1 instead of 0.09, and the sidecar will pick up the update shortly.
So Grafana seems to not render stuff when you're not looking at it, which means we can't do this. Not with Grafana, at least. That's some kind of blink that happened. I think a lot of this stuff I'm gonna have to do myself. And this. We go to panel showcase. Again, I gotta make these good. The time spent here is gonna be saved on the subsequent dashboards, and even like if Claude messes up, I can just point at the examples and be like, do it like the example. So just gotta spend the time. And this is all worth the time today because when I go to debug stuff later, I run into some issue like I had this morning, I can much more quickly figure out what's going on. Especially important if you actually have users that depend on your stuff. You want to fix it quickly? So here I want to do a max decimals on the legend or whatever this is. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the decimals are even useful here. What does 17 mean? What is this? This CPU load? It should be 100? Why is... Hundred, 0. I wonder why this gets cut off. Why is this? I think this is just an issue with their bar gauge. %. Oh, cancel. Save, close all. Panel showcase here. I made. So it did decimals. 1. Decimals. let me this. It's frustrating. Oh, I see. It was correct. Makes sense. Why is it not working? Does something have to happen after we did the count? It seems like the case.
I checked the Grafana sidecar logs, deleted the config map, and ran the update dashboard's script to sync the current dashboard file, and explained that edits made in the Grafana UI are saved to the database and can overwrite config map provision dashboards, recommending either file-based updates or exporting UI changes to avoid conflicts.
What? Ah. When you edit your dashboards, changes saved to the database. Yeah, it works now. What did it do? Oh, it deleted the config map and recreated it. Oh. Okay. API server request. It seems like our example dashboards don't, example dashboard panels don't all take into account the variable. Cluster variable. Also, the data source should probably variable. Really, yeah, I think our variable names should be very descriptive, because it can get confusing if you name something cluster, and then you have Kafka and Vitess and Kate's panels all on the same page. So they should similarly clear in the label on the UI. And the label in the UI. This is what happens when you don't use proper bucket. You end up with this. The bucket choices for API server, pretty bad. It goes 5 milliseconds, 25 milliseconds, 50. They probably should have had 1, 5, 25, 50, 100, 200, 400. But there's also like 300 in here and 600, which are just not useful buckets.
The old Grafana config map and ran
And each
the
additional
updated
bucket's
dashboard
expensive.
script, then added a data source metrics
They
variable
had some
and
dumb
renamed
buckets
cluster
and
variable to K8's cluster name
buckets.
in the panel showcase JSON, updating all 16 queries to filter by the new variable. I also edited the README markdown to add a variable naming conventions section that explains the new descriptive naming scheme.
You didn't do it for all our example dashboards. Let's go check out this deploy. I was checking to see if it had this here. I also wonder if it actually did the mul as regex properly. Yep, regex screen. Which lets us do this dot star, matching everything. I wonder if in the regex parsers there's a rule basically for dot star. It just immediately matches. Is there anything that doesn't match dot star? Interesting. Is there anything that dot star doesn't match? Yes, claude. I don't really trust the Google. Update the variables for our other example dashboards like we did for panel showcase. This is interesting. Tap new line. So it does match empty strings. I keep getting emails. But in replacement context, or when you need at least one character, you need .+ instead.
edited the tables and status JSON file to replace the hard-coded data source UID with the data source metrics variable, and changed the cluster reference to K8's cluster name. Then I updated the layout patterns JSON file by adding a data source metrics variable, renaming the cluster and namespace variables to K8's cluster name and K8's namespace, updating the namespace query, and adjusting repeating panels to use the new variable. After making those changes, I ran the update dashboards. SH script for the examples layout patterns and tables and
you
status
might
to deploy the updated dashboards.
need to delete the config maps for the changes to show up. That's pretty cool.
I deleted the Grafana dashboard config maps in the monitoring namespace of the Kiwi MGMT prod context, and noted that the sidecar will pick up the fresh config maps within a few seconds.
Can you make the script always do that? Can you add the other examples drop down from layout patterns to the other example dashboards?
The config map. I explained that this ensures UI edits won't overwrite changes, and that the ignore not found equals true flag prevents errors when dashboards are new.
Getting there. I'd love to see this with some useful buckets.
I edited the panel showcase JSON and the tables and status JSON files to add a drop-down link configuration. Then I ran the update dashboards bash script to deploy the modified dashboards, which now include an other examples drop-down that preserves time range and variables when switching between dashboards.
That's pretty cool. I don't know why this always fails the first time. Do we have any metrics that have more variation and better buckets than API server stuff? Because the API server buckets are not very well implemented. We can keep them if that's the best we have. I'd like to see better buckets on the heat maps. Buckets. Sure. I'd like to see more in layout patterns. Let's see what it does. The traffic stuff might be good. CoreDNS has great bucket distribution.
I ran the update dashboard script to deploy the layout patterns dashboard and updated the heat maps to use DNS request duration with 17 power of 2 buckets, ranging from 0.25 milliseconds to 8 seconds at roughly 54 requests per second, and work queue duration with 13 logarithmic buckets, ranging from 10 nanoseconds to 1,000 seconds at about 547 items per second.
I think
both metrics now have much better bucket distributions
we want
and
to
higher
limit
activity than the 8th server metrics.
number of buckets to roughly 7. So we want it like we had before. Make sure you're over full range and limit a reasonable, like we don't need buckets above 1 second other than pleasant. We might have 150 microseconds. One millisecond. Oh, it did do power twos, huh? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You need to double check the LE labels. Make sure correct. Regex. Speed. New update our document. 8 this as well. When using histogram metrics for heat maps, successfully filter to reasonable subset of buckets.
I read the README markdown file, edited a line to clarify the use of quantile lines and heat maps, and ran the update dashboard script to deploy the examples layout patterns dashboard. I updated the heat map bucket filtering for DNS with 8 buckets ranging from 250 microseconds to 1.024 seconds plus infinity, and for work queue with 7 buckets ranging from 1 microsecond to 10 seconds plus infinity, and added a documentation section describing the pattern, how to locate bucket values, and JSON escaping rules.
Wonder any way to That's just noise. What does the work? Wait in the Kubernetes controller
Explain
work.
that the work queue duration, seconds metric measures how long items wait in Kubernetes controller work queues, with low microsecond to millisecond values indicating healthy processing and high second values indicating a backlog, making it a solid indicator of control plane health. I also suggested alternatives, such as the prefix service request duration, seconds HTTP request latency metric, and the VT table queries bucket Vitess query duration metric. Want me to change it, or is the work queue metric fine for demonstrating the heat map pattern?
It seems like some of our metrics still aren't using the variables we defined. How is that possible? Less than a microsecond?
I checked panel showcase JSON, confirmed it already contained cluster filters, and then ran the update dashboard script to deploy all example dashboards. I updated 15 queries in layout patterns JSON and 8 queries in tables and status JSON to use the cluster variable, and explained that the K8's namespace variable is only for demonstrating a chained cluster to namespace dependency, not for filtering the visualizations. Checked for hard-coded data source unique identifiers and confirmed they are just the default values for the data source variable selector. I edited the layout patterns JSON file to add a namespace filter to the memory by namespace pie chart query, and then ran the update dashboard script to deploy the changes. I also explained that the tables and status JSON file only defines a cluster variable, so its queries correctly use only the cluster name variable.
There a default? We include an all option. I kind of want it to be that if you unselect everything, it should be all. I don't see a way to do that. All right. How are we looking? Really like that noise there. wanted to see if we can come up with some other ways to show latency. I don't know if this is clear to me. How to get these? Yeah, dashboard's good. And it'll be nice once these are in here and they're solid. Then, what I should actually do is I should move my microphone over here. Then, when I'm talking, it's like I'm looking this way at least. Right. So, what'll be nice is once all these dashboards are in here and are good, then I can refine them. They'll all be checked in. It'll be easy to make changes to them, to tell Claude to update them. I've got, you know, Playwright set up so I can tell it to do little improvements, give me variations of dashboards. Look at, are there other ways we could represent P950, 95, P99? To make, could you also make those dashboards so I can see them, those panels? I mean, this is okay. You can see the increase in just the P95, so like something's happening. Which is interesting. Guess I should have saved my changes. Let's see what it comes with, but I think it's I don't know that these are what I want. Like, it's just gonna give me completely different types of panels. Maybe it looks good. Let's see, Claude. I created them as a new row. Yeah, so here you can't see the variation.
I ran the update dashboard script to deploy the dashboard and added a new row called alternative percentile visualizations with 5 different panel types: stat, bar gauge, table, and range, spread, each described for its use case. I placed this row right after the existing
Yeah,
API
this
request
isn't
latency percentiles,
really
time
what I
series
meant.
and gave the URL where the updated dashboard
I meant variations. On the time series chart.
I ran the update dashboard script to deploy the updated panel showcase dashboard and replace the panels with 6 time series variations. Fill between area, step interpolation, bars, points only, gradient fill, and varied line styles. I then shared the Grafana URL where the new panels can be viewed. I read the panel showcase JSON file, changed the fill opacity value to 30 and set gradient mode to opacity, and removed the conflicting threshold areas. Then I ran the update dashboard script to deploy the updated panel showcase dashboard.
Are my levels? Yeah, this should be better. Now, I should be looking more at the camera. I kind of wonder, I almost feel like I should have it here. And I would be looking at the camera over there. Kind of in my face. Weird. I need it like to my right so that it's on front of the camera. All right, well, now it's right in front of my face. Which kind of makes it hard to see my screen. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. It's right in the middle of my line of view right now. I'm trying to think. I guess how I had it was better, just not as far away. But I didn't like that I was like over here. I don't know. We'll see how this is for now. I'll pretend like it's not there. Yeah, I think this is better for the percentiles because now it's just, it doesn't look like they're completely independent things. Seconds. All right. Look at Grafana dashboards. How do you feel about the bar gauge LCD versus bar gauge gradient on do you think they convey anything differently by one being LCD versus the other a gradient? All right, that.
I compared the LCD segmented display with the smooth gradient bar, noting that both convey the same data but differ in perceived precision, quick scanning, and aesthetic vibe. I explained that the gradient feels more precise and aligns with modern dashboard design, while the LCD offers a retro, industrial look without adding information value. I recommended using the gradient for production dashboards and keeping both only as style examples.
just get rid of the buckets. The retro seems like it would only be useful for something where you have actual like buckets. Why is the 16 red?
Edited the JSON file to remove the LCD bar gauge, expanded the gradient bar gauge to fill the space, and renamed it to bar gauge load 5M. Then, I ran the update dashboard's shell script twice to deploy the updated dashboard, each execution with a timeout of 30 seconds.
So let's see if this has thresholds. The thing is, I think if you put the thresholds on there, I think it zooms out of the graph, which isn't bad necessarily, because right now you see like it looks like this is high, but I mean you want to compare to 100%, so look at layout patterns. It doesn't seem like we have thresholds for For a lot of these. I think we should probably generally have thresholds for charts that where it makes sense. Could you add some thresholds to the charts where it makes sense on the example dashboards? I'll see how this looks first and then decide if I actually want to keep it or not. So this is the thing I see too, is let's say you go to someone's dashboards. Is this bad? I have no idea. Like, when you have these dashboards with these kind of arbitrary units and stuff, people don't know. Someone who's not familiar with your stuff or your setup doesn't know like what you even expect from these charts. If you got the thresholds, then you see, okay, this is significantly below what we want, or it's high, or whatever. And it's good for you too, because then you also know, without having to look at this and then look over at the y-axis here. Especially for these types of percentages. This is good, is it bad? I have no idea. I'm also gonna want to change this from mean max to probably last. Mean last, maybe? I don't know.
I changed the threshold style in the panel showcase JSON to dashed. Added 70% and
See.
85% thresholds to the memory by node panel.
Yeah,
layout
now
JSON. Fixed the
we can see
CPU
reasonable
and
stuff.
cluster thresholds and added a 500 millisecond dashed line to the API request latency panel. Then I ran the update dashboards script to deploy the updated dashboards and recorded the completed to-do items, noting that I skipped panels where thresholds are not applicable.
Where did it add the... On the panel showcase, added a 500 millisecond threshold line. API request latency. On here? Yep. Nice. But yeah, you can see why for latency you don't want to do that, because it's not really a capacity metric. So it seems like capacity. What were the 4 metrics Grafana best practices? Guide for usage. Latency, traffic, saturation. Management prod is like regularly at 400 megabytes per second,
replacing the color thresholds table,
which is 3.2 gigabits.
Section that explains when to use different threshold styles.
Yeah.
And I updated the bar gauge description to remove the LCD style reference. I also added detailed guidance on threshold usage by metric category, style options, and color conventions.
I guess that's all the metrics I'm logging. When I look at for management prod, looks like management prod is regularly always at around. This includes internal traffic. This is kind of interesting, which is that I'm pretty sure this metric is like everything talking to itself, which is fine, but it actually does use up our bandwidth on our switch. But the interesting thing is, what if you wanted to measure...
I explained that container network receive bytes total counts all inbound traffic, including internal pod-to-pod communication, cross-cluster metrics and logs, and external ingress. I noted that the roughly 400 megabytes per second in the MGMT prod cluster is likely driven by Victoria Metrics agents pushing metrics, fluent bit forwarding logs, internal replication between Victoria Metrics and log replicas, and Grafana queries pulling data. I suggested isolating external-only traffic by examining traffic or ingress metrics, service mesh metrics if available, And using a PromQL query such as top10 rate container network receive bytes total cluster equals mgmt prod 5 minutes to identify the pods consuming the most bandwidth.
How to do this? Is there a way to see a table? Plain trace. Uh, yeah. That's what I wanted. Maybe not. I thought there was a way to show this as a table. I feel like metal LB is pretty high.
explained that the highest network traffic is coming from infrastructure components. Cilium and its Envoy proxy, Rookceph CSI node plugins handling storage I/O, and MetalLB speakers, so the traffic is being double counted through these layers. I suggested using PromQL queries that exclude the infra namespaces to reveal true application traffic. And I noted that the presence of Rookceph node plugins in the management cluster indicates CSI drivers are mounting PVCs from the core production Ceph cluster, which likely accounts for a large portion of the roughly 400 megabytes per second observed.
Okay. Yeah, so I think it's double counting. I'm not going to worry about that yet. At some point I want to take a look at that. One thing I do want to do is to sort back. I think we sort most of our legends. Can do that with something like. But I also wonder if, for example, yeah, I don't know if we want last on the right. I guess max is better. Yeah. Because mean and max are a thing that are kind of like hard to quickly figure out. Whereas like if you wanted to just know last, you can just hover over it and see. But like if you were looking for max for each of these, you'd have to, like, what is the max for the red? I don't know. So this is more useful, I think, than having last there, if we're only gonna have two. So this is all the stuff I want to get done now because it's going to copy these patterns and behaviors over to the rest of the charts. I wonder if there's a nicer way to render. Is there a nicer way to render this? Show legend. Seems like that's the only option we have. What are exemplars?
I edited the layout patterns JSON file to adjust the legend formatting, grepped the tables and status JSON file for table legends, ran the update dashboard shell script with a 30-second timeout to deploy the changes, and edited the README markdown file to rename the section to legend sorting. I also added sort by and sort desk settings to all time series panels with table legends across several JSON dashboards, and documented the legend sorting convention with recommendations for which calculation field to sort by.
For charts, I feel like we pretty much always want the legend to be on the right placement. And we should probably only ever have these nice to see last. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a harder rule about this. It's nice to have last here to compare to. It's nice to have all three, but they take up room. Much better.
I replaced the legend placement from bottom to right in the layout
Are these
patterns
negative?
JSON file and the
I guess they're
README
sending?
markdown example.
I don't know.
Then I ran the update dashboard script to deploy the
Not-
dashboards
oh,
with the right aligned
transactions.
legends.
Yeah, I have no idea why they're negative. We gotta fix that. There it is. Pods by cluster and pod. That is distribution and memory by namespace are not sorted in layout patterns. Yeah, so I want to do all these sortings and things like that on these, because if I had 15 dashboards and none of them had sorting done correctly, I mean, I could ask it to update the 15, but it'd be nicer to just get this working properly now. Let's see.
I edited the layout patterns JSON dashboard to add a sort by property set to value and a sort desk flag set to true in the legend configuration. And then I ran the update dashboard script to deploy the changes, which applied value-based descending sorting to the 3 pie charts: pods by cluster, pod status distribution, and memory by namespace.
Oh, it's not possible. Yeah, I think this was already sorted. Okay. Nope. I'm breaking my rule already. I gotta stop saying I thought I should take a 30-minute break after 3 or 4 hours. So I should do like 4 hours, 30 minutes, break, 4 hours. Gotta stop saying I'll take a 30-minute break in a minute. I think I'll do that now. Let's... I wonder if we could also default to no, I don't want to. It's gonna add too much to the context, I think, to have every single label truncated by default. I don't think there's a way in Grafana to do this. Add transfer. Done this before. I don't remember how. Field type. I don't remember how to do this. Yeah. The issues in the variable definition. Yep, that seems good.
I fixed the legend by updating the all value regex from to plus in the variable definitions of panel showcase JSON, layout patterns JSON, tables and status JSON, and the README, which stops the phantom row from appearing. I explained that the previous regex matched empty strings, causing Grafana to fall back to the full query expression when the cluster name label was missing.
I don't think this is really right either, because this is going to show the CPU percentage of the entire server, their usage of the entire server, not of what they're allocated. It's just like this, where it thinks I'm using 5% of the CPU. Because it thinks I have access to all the CPUs, which I do have access to, but... I wonder what Java app I'm running. Toner cube. Crazy. I don't know about counts. Did we have a lot of them? I guess so. I mean, realistically, I don't even know if that's super useful. time. Yeah, I think it's good to do 1 just because if something's 0 versus 0.4, it's relevant.
I added a new decimal precision section to the README Markdown file and edited the panel showcase JSON and layout patterns JSON files to set the decimals field to 1 for the relevant percentage panels. I also closed the browser after navigating to a blank page. This change makes percentages display as 2, 9% instead of 2, 90% or 0, 800%.
It's kind of weird. Grafana didn't use a monospace font. Yeah, why didn't they do that? It's kind of amazing. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Why wouldn't you use a monospace font? Kidding. All right. Well, that's not gonna happen. I feel like we should also limit to 1 decimal, even things like latencies.
the layout patterns JSON file to add a decimals, one setting for latency and duration panels, and I updated the README to show that durations should also use one decimal place. Then, I ran the update dashboard script to deploy the changes, which applied the new decimal precision to the API request latency percentiles, DNS request latency heatmap, and work queue duration heatmap panels.
Okay. I feel like my mic takes up a lot of the shot. Take a look at dashboards, readme and sample samples and dashboard. Could you create the folders, the dashboards we're going to create, and also create a text file for each dashboard with an ASCII rendering of what you want the layout to look like and what each panel represents. So hopefully it creates the folders and creates like a text file with each dashboard so that I can just see it in text format to be like, is this reasonable at all?
Command to create dashboard folders.
And I can get a sense of this without having to actually go through all the tokens to make the actual JSONs, which are huge. Should be able to iterate on this faster as ASCII renderings. Okay, it's time to take a break. I'll be back in 30 minutes. I can do another few hours. $30. Look. All right. Back in business. My levels are good. We're good here. What's our timestamp? 04:57:50. Let's take a look at what we got. I think the organization here might not be great. It's not clear to me, like, node, if this is Kubernetes node, if this is just node exporter, like any node will work. And then Proxmox here says Proxmox cluster. And it has node info, which is fine if these link to the node dashboard. Yeah, I don't mind this. One thing I noticed is that I kind of like the 3-panel setup here. 2 small panels and a bigger panel. Can you look at examples and see if we should borrow anything from those for our text renderings? Yeah, I knew we were going to be running out of context soon. This doesn't say build prod and internal prod. We're gonna run out of context. We're going to run out of context. Can you create these as detailed to-dos?
I explained the key dashboard patterns to add, such as heat map bucket filtering, state timelines, horizontal stat grids, table transformations, gauge cells, threshold zones, latency color overrides, data links, repeating panels, and emoji display name overrides, and noted that the overview file was updated, while other files need similar updates. I also suggested running the tasks command to view the full to-do list.
That's compact this and then have it try to make some improvements and then use that to do each one of these. It's hard for me to really understand what it's trying to show here.
I explained the key patterns from the example JSON files, covering stat panels, table transformations, and layout conventions, and noted there are 15 to-dos to apply these patterns to the dashboard text files. I asked whether you would like me to continue working through those to-dos.
This is too slow. What other little tasks do we have here? We need to metrics. CoreDNS. DNS. Proxmox VMs. I imagine get metrics from CoreDNS, but do we also need something like node exporter or VM memory for things? That scrape configs. Set VM single.
I explained that you need to enable the CoreDNS Prometheus exporter on port 9153 and deploy a node exporter on port 9100 for the global DNS VMs. And I suggested adding a new scrape config category with index TypeScript, CoreDNS TypeScript, and node exporter TypeScript files that target the 3 static VM IPs. I also outlined the implementation steps: modify the Core file generation, add a node exporter system service to the Ansible playbook, create the scrape configs, and integrate them into the Victoria Metrics agent. Want me to plan this out and implement it? Permission requested. Edit Core file, TS file in the Proxmox infrastructure directory.
I wonder if it makes more sense to have global DNS have a record of all of its, have a record of itself. Happiness, or individually, and then use those names for scraping. Not sure. Better than missing the IPs.
I edited the
Really
login
well.
text and applications text files to replace their data link sections. I created a new patterns markdown reference document, and I updated 15 dashboard layout text files with various Grafana patterns, fixed build strings, and added related to-dos.
Do you think all of our SC text files are good?
I explained the
making
trade-off
improvements?
between using IP addresses and DNS
Making
names for
any
scraping, recommending that I keep
improvements?
IPs in the scrape configs to avoid a circular dependency and ensure observability when DNS is down, while still creating DNS records for human convenience, such as SSH access and manual debugging. I reviewed the 3 Grafana dashboard text files, found that the detail level varies, with missing threshold, unit, legend, and line style configurations and inconsistent structural headings. And I suggested adding section headers, standardizing stat panel settings, including full threshold and legend configs, adding an annotation section, and using consistent unit specifications. Then I asked how you would like me to proceed. I added a Prometheus endpoint to the CoreDNS configuration TypeScript file, created a system service TypeScript file, and updated an Ansible playbook to install Node Exporter version 182 listening on port 9100, and added CoreDNS and Node Exporter scrape configurations TypeScript files for the Victoria Metrics agent, wiring them into the Veeam agent when Proxmox nodes are scraped. I also edited the scrape config index TypeScript file to rename infrastructure comments, ran TypeScript type checks on the infra K8s and infra/proxmox/VMS/global DNS projects, and marked the related to-do as completed.
So it added, set up the CoreDNS Prometheus exporter, and set up the node exporter. many tokens am I using? Using a lot of tokens. Wednesday, huh? I don't know if there's a lot better way to do this necessarily. Maybe not doing them as ASCII, maybe doing them as like a non-ASCII. After this, I'll probably have it split applications into its own folder instead of being part of observability, and I'll have it rethink. I should have done this actually at the beginning. I was kind of lazy. I should have had it rethink these groupings. Some of them make sense, but my experience is that it doesn't really, like, once you have good groupings, it does well with them. Like what I have for the Kubernetes clusters. But it wouldn't have come up with those on its own. And here, it like created this observability grouping, which like all of this is observability. So I would create, let's actually, we can do that in a different chat. Look at plan. Right now, we have 4 groupings. 4 groupings. I wonder about these. I think we probably want an applications grouping that could be additional to the others. But I also don't know if observability makes sense as a grouping, unless it's specifically for things like Victoria metrics, logs, Fluentbit, etc. What? Can you give me a few different sets of groupings you think make sense and give us good coverage and make it clear where you should go if you're looking at a problem? Let's see it. And how is this going? So it's stepping through these to standardize these ASCII Grafana pages a little bit better. This is deploying the global DNS scrapes. Let's see what we got.
I explained 4 alternative grouping strategies: problem domain, layer-based, audience-based, and a simplified 4-group layout, and recommended the problem domain option because it isolates monitoring, gives applications their own space, and matches the typical troubleshooting flow. I also offered to update the plan with the chosen option or discuss it further.
Control plane, workloads, resources, networking. That's fine. Victoria Metrics. Let's go with problem domain. Overview.
I edited the overview TXT file to add an annotation section, wrote a new template TXT file with a comprehensive checklist, and updated multiple dashboard text files by adding section headers, standardizing row 1 stat panels, and I deployed both CoreDNS and Node Exporter on the global DNS VMs, verified their metrics endpoints with curl confirmed vmagent was scraping all 6 targets, and queried Victoria Metrics to ensure the CoreDNS and Node Exporter metrics are available. All scraped targets are now up, and the relevant metrics such as CoreDNS build info, CoreDNS DNS requests total, and node memory metrics are flowing into Victoria Metrics.
Okay, deployed and verified, all metrics are flowing, global DNS, core DNS, VMs. Yep. Let's try it.
I evaluated naming options for the infrastructure group and recommended using hosts or compute. I then proposed a 7-group layout: overview, hosts, storage, Kubernetes, data, monitoring, and applications, explaining the purpose of each and why they should be separate. I also mentioned alternatives like merging storage into hosts or moving certificates into the Kubernetes group.
Overview. Quick triage entry point. Certificates here because XP. Kubernetes. I like this.
Permission requested. Command to list all CoreDNS metrics from global DNS 1. Explained that the CoreDNS DNS requests total metric only appears when the Prometheus plugin is placed inside each zone block rather than in its own server block. And I suggested using alternative metrics such as total cache requests, DNS 64 translations, and forward requests for the global DNS setup. I also offered to update the Core file to move the Prometheus plugin into the appropriate zone blocks.
I put Prometheus instead of inside the main zone blocks. This sounds good to me. Go ahead. And update at so we get about 1 DNS request per second. What's the difference between these two?
I updated the plan to a 7-group structure, renaming infrastructure to hosts, adding an overview group for triage, and separating storage, Ceph, into its own group. I also revised the file organization to match the new folder layout and included a troubleshooting flow section at the end. Permission requested. Command to create new directory structure in the Kiwi. I edited the CoreDNS TypeScript configuration to replace the Prometheus comment with a client-facing server comment and added the metrics endpoint backend. Then I deployed the updated config with Pulumi for the production stack. Permission requested. Command to move multiple files to new directories.
Up.
Permission requested. Command to move multiple files to their respective directories. Permission requested. Command to move multiple files to new directories. Permission requested. Command to move files with absolute paths. Permission requested. Command to remove empty directories and rename overview to home in a specific Kubernetes cluster.
Awesome. Yeah, this is better.
I created 7 new directories, moved and renamed the draft text files into the appropriate folders, removed the now empty old directories, and renamed overview txt to home txt. I also kept the existing data and examples directories unchanged, resulting in the final dashboard hierarchy as shown.
Do you think about our current set of text files for the dashboards we want to create? For example, I think you were right that we want something like application/go links and application/Phoenix app, all Phoenix apps, etc. Can you create empty files For dashboards, you think we need that we're missing each
Permission
group?
requested. Command to check global DNS instances, request metrics. I edited the CoreFile TypeScript file to add Prometheus metrics comments and sections in all server blocks, then ran Pulumi to deploy the updated CoreDNS configuration with a 5-minute timeout, and verified that all 3 global DNS instances now expose the CoreDNS DNS requests total metric, confirming the query works. Permission requested. Command to create missing dashboard files.
There we go. Here. Okay.
I created
I
the
don't know
missing
what
dashboard
OpenFG
text
is.
files, added a data/Dagster text dashboard, added a monitoring Victoria logs text dashboard, split the applications text into individual Golinks text, OpenFGA text, and Phoenix text dashboards, and removed the original combined file, bringing the total to 18 dashboards. Should I update the dashboard plan, MD, to reflect these changes?
Oh. Can you add the applications text back? I don't have it. Yeah, it doesn't have it either. Well. Update the plan. It seems to me where would I don't know. I was thinking, where would we see the general health of all of the services we have? Sort of like a public ingress or something like that. But one, we don't have a bunch of services yet. Maybe that would go in applications, but it does make sense that applications would be specific to those applications. Maybe you'd have a shared applications page if you could like find some metrics that you like that you force all applications to export. Yeah, you're probably better off like having Phoenix, because then it'll have at least some standard metrics across all the Phoenix apps.
explained that port 5353 serves as the fallback server for API-server Bootstrap IPs, detailing how the Corefile configuration maps Bootstrap VM addresses and how queries fall back to localhost when the Kubernetes cluster is down, providing a last resort path for cluster recovery. I edited the markdown file at home/jordangarside/kiwiresearch/kiwi2/ and for /k8/clusters/mgmt/clusters/resources/monitoring/grafana/dashboards/dashboard plan. MD, changing the recommendation from 18 dashboards to 19 dashboards, and updated the plan to list the new set of dashboards, including additions for Dagster, Victoria Logs, GoLinks, OpenFGA, and Phoenix apps. I explained that I would put the global ingress in a new edge group with its own ingress JSON and DNS JSON files, while keeping the service mesh in a separate service mesh JSON file under the Kubernetes directory. And I outlined a revised directory layout that separates edge traffic from in-cluster networking and service mesh traffic. explained 5 different ways to reorganize the dashboards, compare their advantages and disadvantages, and recommended approach E, which adds an edge group alongside hosts and keeps Kubernetes cohesive, resulting in 8 manageable groups.
I gotta wait for this to time out.
I explained that global DNS is internal DNS infrastructure running on Proxmox VMs that provides DNS 64 for outbound queries. So it belongs in the hosts group alongside other foundational services, while Edge should remain focused on future external ingress components, such as a global load balancer, CDN, or client-facing DNS. Permission requested. Command to check commit output.
No. That was a mistake. Okay, so now we have this done.
I committed a new feature that adds metrics collection for global DNS virtual machines, including a Prometheus plugin to CoreDNS, using a commit with no verification, and recorded the identifier FBTWE460. The commit message outlines the changes and describes the addition of the plugin.
So we have a single VM, which has our public ingress, and we have no metrics on that. We could add node exporter metrics there. That wouldn't really tell us if we're up and healthy though. We use SSH port binding to, I think we use SSH. Yeah, to basically to proxy the requests that are coming in, the connections that are coming in to this public GCP instance through to wherever they need to go. So it does DNS lookups and stuff. I think it does DNS lookups.
Text file, listed the final dashboard files, and updated the plan to
I'm getting an
20
alert.
dashboards across 7 groups, adding a global DNS dashboard to the hosts group with CoreDNS VM monitoring panels, a future considerations section for an edge group, and a revised troubleshooting flow mentioning node hypervisor DNS. I also added the hosts/global DNS text file to the repository.
What's the deal with these errors from NVT tablet pods? Is this related to Grafana? We've had issues. Had issues with Vitess not supporting all of MySQL API with Grafana. Okay. Couldn't clear this. So see, like it put global DNS in hosts. It's really like a networking thing. And so we have like a Kubernetes networking. We have a Kubernetes networking. And global DNS is just a VM on the Proxmox.
And discovered that the miscled exporter was pinned to version v0.14.0, which still uses the deprecated show slave status command that MySQL 8.0.22 plus rejects. I explained that this version incompatibility is the root cause and recommended upgrading to miscled exporter version v0.16.0 or newer, such as v0.17.2, to use show replica status instead. I offered to update the configuration to reference the newer exporter version.
On what? 163. Are we doing that other components?
Permission requested. Edit index TS file. I edited the TypeScript file at home/jordangarsite/kiwi research/kiwi2/infra/k8/cluster/core/cluster/resources/vitess/index, removing the miscalled exporter version override. This lets the operator use its default version v0.18.0, which properly handles MySQL8, fixes show slave status errors, and allows automatic exporter upgrades. The fix will take effect once I deploy the changes to core prod.
That'll fix that. And what's the deal with this? Here, we're getting some throttling. Some throttling. Okay, so back to this. So I'm just thinking if I were going into someone's dashboards and I was like, is DNS working? I would think there was like a networking folder. And it would be weird. It feels weird.
I listed the Proxmox and VMS directories, recognized that the global DNS VM was misplaced, proposed 3 restructuring options, and permission requested. Command to verify new resource limits in the monitoring GCP context.
Feels weird. Says this is done.
I checked the stack driver exporter configuration, edited the TypeScript file to raise the CPU limit from 200 millicores to 500 millicores, and increased the CPU request to 100 millicores and memory request. I explained that global DNS is a service rather than a host, outlined 4 options for reorganizing it, and recommended moving global DNS to the overview section as a foundational dependency. I noted that this keeps the hosts group focused on actual host and node metrics.
Not working. SSH.
Permission requested. Command to check cgroup throttling stats. Permission requested. Command to check CPU limit cgroup.
Look at we moved this line from tablet service.images, but we're still getting these errors. Can you confirm that MySQL the exporter is running the mirror image? And the issue is 28 throttles. CTL context Kiwi core management fraud and monitoring GCP top.
Permission requested. Command to check Git history for Vitess changes. Permission requested. Command to check recent changes in Vitess code.
So this is an issue with Kubernetes CPU limits in general, which is that they do these time slices. And so if you use a lot of CPU for a short period of time, they throttle you. And then when you look at the CPU, it's the average of the CPU over a time window. Maybe we should avoid CPU limits in general. We use them in many other places.
Permission requested. Command to check CPU throttling with 1 CPU limit. Permission requested. Command to check unstaged changes in Vitess index file.
Oh, 600. Yeah, I mean, this is getting throttled no matter what. I don't even understand how that's possible. Maybe it's not setting the limit in the right thing. Let's check that.
Permission requested. Command to check stage changes in the Kiwi2 repository. Permission requested. Edit index, TS file in Vitess cluster resources.
I see, the change is local only.
Investigated the VT table pod. Discovered it was still running prom/miscled exporter version v0.14.0. which uses the deprecated show slave status syntax.
Yeah, see, we increased this to a whole CPU. When we look at the average was like 14 milli-CPUs or something.
exporter version v0 18.0. Permission requested. Command to verify CPU limits for Prometheus Stackdriver exporter.
So now it should be gone. Yeah, it's gonna stop being here.
Permission requested. Command to check CPU limit C group. Permission requested. Command to confirm 0 CPU throttling on Prometheus Stackdriver exporter pod. I checked the current CPU usage and throttling metrics, edited the TypeScript file for the Prometheus Stackdriver exporter to remove its CPU limit, and deployed the change with Pulumi, confirming that throttling stopped, and the C group now shows an unlimited CPU of 100,000. I explained that CPU limits often harm bursty, compressible workloads, and suggested we consider removing CPU limits more broadly for non-critical services.
We're still getting throttling on these. I wonder if this needs to be irate. Yeah, that might be our issue. So irate just takes the last value in the last 5 minutes. It doesn't average it over the values of the last 5 minutes. But I guess this is fine. These are some other places we're seeing 0 throttling. Did I deploy? I don't know. I think so. Yeah. It seems like we're still getting errors. Can you check if the version updated? Let's see. This should have updated the version. I've been having issues with Moon potentially caching stuff. I think it only really happened once. No, it updated. Oh, this isn't a Moon caching issue. The image is updated to version 18. Some pods are recreated. Yep. Let me check the current logs for here. Yeah, so that's not the issue. MySQL exporter sidecars.
Permission requested. Edit index, TS file in the Kiwi2 infra directory. I investigated the miscalled exporter pods, discovered that version v0.18.0 introduced breaking configuration changes that caused crash looping, and verified that metrics collection was failing. I edited the Vitess TypeScript configuration to downgrade the exporter image to v0.15.1, explained that this version restores compatibility with the data source name environment variable, and noted that running the Pulumi deployment will restart the pods with the new image.
Yeah, now they should all stop. Doesn't look like they've stopped yet. Okay. I think this deploy should fix the version of MySQL exporter. And it'll hopefully also remove all of our CPU throttling, which should get rid of the errors we were seeing over here. Yeah. I want to figure out why Slack isn't sending notifications. Slack sending notifications. System settings. Show previews. Why doesn't this work? Called Slack in the App Store. This is how I did it. Not now. I guess that is how I did it. Let's see if our notification, if this is fixed. Still not working. Just give me the URL. Let me download it. Not working. Yeah. These are probably all
I
MySQL
checked
D.
the logs and container status of the v0.15.1 pods, confirmed they were crashing due to a configuration parsing issue, and then inspected the v0.14.0 logs, which showed they stayed running, but
Alright.
reported slave status errors. I examined the Vitess cluster custom resource definition, confirmed it supports extra flags for miscalled exporter, edited the TypeScript file in the infrastructure repository to add an extra flag section that disables the slave status scraper, and ran a TypeScript type check which passed. I explained that the breaking changes in miscalled exporter versions, and later are incompatible with the Vitess operator, so the fix is to use version 0.14.0 with the nocollect, slave status flag, and redeploy the pods.
Okay. I'd like to fix this. And then get back to this. Global DNS is a service, not a host machine in the same sense as points nodes, arcades nodes. The rationale and the plan hosts include this physical VM layer, foundational services. This stuff is really bad at creating categories. So I want to add global DNS, which is just some VMs inside of Proxmox, and it wants to put it in these pretty bad groups. Be nicer if they had directory structure. It didn't update this either. Yeah, so dashboard plan. So we have overview,
I outlined
hosts.
5 restructuring options.
Yeah,
Option A, moving global DNS to overview. Option B, renaming hosts to compute and consolidating networking. Option C, collapsing small groups into 6 top-level categories. Option D, using a service-oriented nested structure. And Option E, ordering by dependency. And explain the rationale for each, noting that Option B is the cleanest for networking. Option C is pragmatic for fewer groups. And Option A is the lowest risk fix. Then asked which direction appeals to you.
So move global DNS to overview. So overview would have certificates. I don't like that. I think overview should be things that you like are aggregated across all of the other groups. Hosts, Proxmox, node metrics, storage, Ceph, Kubernetes, control plane, workloads, resources, networking. Let me check something. Rename hosts to compute? I don't mind that. I don't mind this. Like option B. Yep. Option B. New update dashboard plan and readme and the folders and that seems pretty good. Let's see if this worked. Nope. Deployed, but it seems like we're still getting errors. Okay. Yeah, and these ones aren't going to go away until the deploys work right. Can you check if we still have limits on CPU for MySQL de-exporter?
I checked the pod images and miscalled exporter
Oh.
logs, verified the custom resource values, deleted all VT table pods, waited,
Yeah.
and confirmed that the new pods are running version v0.14.0. I then verified that the slave status scraper flag is disabled, and the logs no longer show the previous errors.
That's weird. Good, the running pods have no CPU limit. Huh. This is Vitess, Context, Kiwi, Corp. Okay. Yep, seems like they're gone. Oh. Phone call. Take a little break.
I edited the dashboard plan markdown file to rename groups, add a new network group, renumber subsequent groups, update the executive summary, file organization tree, troubleshooting flow, and implementation approach to 6 phases. I also edited the examples README markdown file to revise the folder.
We're back. Phone call. Let's see where we're at. This, that. Okay. Did these error logs go away? They did. Great. Let's see if this went away as well. This also went away. Great. Let's go ahead and check in these Vitess changes. We got 2 different changes going on here. I thought there were 2 changes. Let's see. This. Yeah, we're going to drop this to 0. And up here. Go down here. Okay, we got to check in. Stage these changes. Those changes are staged. We can pull these ones out and add that separately. Perfect. I think we don't really need this or this comment. I think also this was fine. Now let's see. Okay, we add that. We remove the limit. Go ahead and check in our current stage changes. Let's remove the CPU limits from those two. Go ahead and check this in. We got to get rid of the CPU limits. I don't know how I feel about this in general. They have these limits here so that, you know, that containers can't go crazy, but then they're getting throttled, which is not ideal for anything. So this is what we removed. I really wish CPU throttling worked better. I mean, we could make them just like a huge number, like 10 CPUs, but even with a high number, you can still get throttled. Like even for example, this, we had like 17 milli-CPUs is what we're using on average, but even with a full CPU for the limit, we were still hitting. We were still getting throttled. Not a ton, but just enough that I wasn't happy about it.
I checked the repository status and viewed the stage changes, then ran the pre-commit checks. After confirming the lint issues were only in unstaged files, I committed the removal of the CPU limit from the Stackdriver exporter and added a resources configuration for the Vitess miscalled exporter without a CPU limit.
Now let's check in the change to this. I staged the change. Go ahead and check it. Commit it. All right. All done.
Permission requested. Command to check recent commits for style in the Kiwi 2
Did it do this
repository.
properly? So, yeah, we've gone over this like 10 times, which is what is the final kind of folder structure we're going to have here for all of our resources.
Permission requested. Command to commit the fix for the miscalled exporter scraper issue.
Command to commit the fix. Go ahead. Yep. Home dashboard certificates, Proxmox, node, host metrics, global DNS. Yep, this seems good. Yep. Yep. I don't know about
Permission
Dagster.
requested. Commit changes to the Kiwi 2 repository with no verification.
Let's think about something.
Permission requested. Command to verify commit in Kiwi 2 repository.
What is going on? Dagster.
I examined the stage changes and recent commit history.
I guess Dagster is always data related, right? Because it's doing jobs that are pulling in data, doing modifications on data, so it's always going to be data related for the most part.
C260BF was recorded.
That seems fine. Let's think about something. Where do we put build stuff? Let's say the Docker registry. Let's say a Docker registry, JFrog artifact, artifact repositories, and build runners if we had something like Argo CD and so on. Let's see what it thinks. Bot. Let's see what the bot thinks. We're good on this. No more errors. They should have gone away. I don't know if we're getting alerts. I don't think we are from Slack. I don't know how to fix this. Oh, we did get alerts. Okay.
I explained 4 ways to group Docker registry, artifact repositories, build runners, and Argo CD, outlining the pros and cons of each layout. I recommended using a single build, group option A for a clean one mapping with your build prod cluster, noting that Argo CD could be split into its own delivery group later if it becomes more complex. I then asked which approach you prefer.
Single build. Yeah, I don't mind this. Oh, I see. Split build and delivery. But the build cluster just builds to artifact repositories. It doesn't have anything to do with actually deploying those updates. In that context, maybe it makes sense to separate build from delivery. We're getting there. Almost have all of the categories for everything we could possibly want. For me, like, it's not like I need to do everything today, but making the categories means I don't have to move stuff around later, right? So like if one day I want to implement something, if I can just spend an hour figuring out the categories and have a spot for each thing, it's a little bit like organization. Like if I can just create the bins, I don't need to have stuff to put in the bin, but if I can just have all the bins on the shelf when I'm ready to do stuff, I'm good to go.
I argue that placing the registry in the storage layer is the cleanest approach because it treats the registry as fundamental object storage, keeping the build and delivery processes pure and independent.
And so like, sure, maybe you miscategorize some stuff sometimes and you create a bin that you end up not needing or something like this. But the more you spend thinking about this, the more you can just avoid that from happening. It's not necessarily true that you're going to make all sorts of mistakes with how to categorize these things. I think the bigger thing with not thinking too far ahead is with like product development and stuff, because you just don't know where users are going to be and things like that. And I guess like with technology, maybe some other stuff is going to come out that's crazy, but I mean, this stuff has been pretty standard for the last 30 years. Maybe you wouldn't end up using a category because you outsource that category, which is fine. You can just delete that bin. It's very easy to delete a bin later. It's very hard to rethink the organization of everything you have. And so what ends up happening is every company's stuff looks like a disorganized mess because no one ever thought about what the bins are ahead of time. At least that's my opinion. Subject to change. Option 3, registry and storage. Build produces artifacts, delivery consumes them, 2 distinct concerns. Interesting. So you could put like Docker registry and artifact repository in storage alongside what is it? Data. Vitess, Kafka. I feel like Docker registry and an artifact repository, if we had one, would be more similar to Vitess Kafka than to Ceph. What do you think?
I explained how Ceph represents raw storage, while services like Vitess, Kafka, Docker Registry, and JFrog are API-driven application layers, and I compared Docker Registry's behavior to Vitess rather than Ceph. I then evaluated two naming schemes for organizing the JSON files, combining them under data and artifacts, versus keeping separate data and artifacts groups, and I
I agree.
concluded that I prefer the separate groups
This is better.
because they address different troubleshooting questions and audiences.
I agree. Update the docs. I agree. Artifacts. Man, oh man. We're gonna have some dashboards. If I ever have anyone that I work with on any of this stuff, it's gonna be interesting to see what other people's opinions are. I just know how few people end up doing that, because I mean the reality is everyone's time constrained. I'm just less time constrained than everyone else. I'm still looking to the right because my microphone is to the right. I need to get my microphone to the left. The reason I can't do that right now is because I have a sort of a light filter that would block me from mounting my microphone there. I'll figure it out. Now an issue is going to be that we have so many things going on here that I don't think it's going to properly update our existing. I wish I had thought about these groupings and ideas and stuff before having it generate the ASCII pages. But I think I'm just going to go ahead and give it a go for it. See what we get.
I edited the dashboard plan markdown file and the examples README markdown file, adding new groups for build, artifacts, and delivery, updating the dashboard count from 20 to 24, and expanding the folder organization table. I also updated the troubleshooting flow,
We started with
file
15.
organization tree, and added phase 7 to the implementation.
So we'll have overview, compute, network, storage, Kubernetes, data monitoring, applications, build, artifacts, and delivery. Seems good to me. It updated the plan, it updated the README. Can you reorganize all of the files, all of the ASCII, all the text files for the dashboards we have planned into correct folders and create the folders and rename, create whatever folders are necessary. Up. Did I finish any of these?
Permission requested. Command to list contents of each subdirectory.
Yeah. Fix errors coming from MySQL exporter.
Permission requested. Command to create new folders in the Kiwi Research directory.
Fix throttling from CoreDNS. Fix CPU throttling from MySQL exporter, and what was the other thing?
Permission requested. Command to verify final file structure.
This one. There's MySQL exporter and Prometheus stack driver exporter. We did these. What do we got here?
I renamed the hosts folder to compute, moved node text and Proxmox text into it, relocated global DNS text to network, and moved and renamed the Kubernetes networking text to network/Kubernetes networking text. I also created new directories build, artifacts, and delivery with placeholder text files for build runners, Docker registry, artifact repository, and argoct. Finally, I verified the final directory layout and confirmed the reorganization.
Let's say we had test status in, I mean, you would. If you were running tests and you wanted to know like if the builds were working and stuff like that, I think you would put that inside of build. But yeah, I would think build is both for production and testing. So like if you wanted to check out test failures, stuff like that, would you think that would go in build? CI is probably more the correct name. Build is fine. I don't know.
I explained that CI encompasses building, testing, linting, and security scans, making it a more accurate term than just build, and I offered to rename the build directory to CI and update the documentation accordingly.
We'd have continuous delivery.
I explained that labeling a group integration can be confusing because it might suggest system integrations, integration tests, or APIs, and that CI is clearer and universally understood as builds, tests, and checks. I also suggested alternatives like build and test, or simply builds if you prefer to avoid acronyms. I explained the differences between build and test concerns and outlined 3 ways to organize them. I recommended using a CI group with separate builds text file and tests text file to keep related information together while still separating dashboards. I then asked if you'd like me to update the structure accordingly.
I got to talk to a new Claude. Let's see what the new Claude thinks. Clear. Look at plan. I'm thinking about where tests security testing linting security checks should go. I'm thinking about where testing linting security checks should go. Go. It seems like build would be good, but we would maybe want to rename it to CI to be more inclusive. The other option potentially be to separate build and test as separate groups. What do you think? Let's see if Claude agrees with itself without any context. If it's adamant on this, then it's fine. This is what's so great, I think, about some of the chat models is like, if you're just a guy here by yourself, like I could ask a friend or something, phone a friend. But in this case, if it's like, do this, that's potentially like the normal thing to do.
The build directory to CI is better than splitting into separate groups, emphasizing
it
a
really
single
likes
entry
this
point for
approach.
pipeline failures, visibility of correlated issues, consistent metrics, and a reasonable dashboard count. I suggested a CI dashboard layout with sections for pipeline overview, build, test, lint format, and security scans, and I updated the naming to a CI directory containing CI, JSON. Does this align with your thinking, or do you have specific metrics for test security that might warrant separation?
Yes, structure within the CI dashboard. Good. I think of building an app for users, sort of like running a marathon or an ultra marathon or something. Like you just put one step in front of another every day, which is why like in most companies you don't have this type of stuff, because you're just putting one step in. Like you can't focus on way far out. But how I think about this stuff is like I'm preparing to run a marathon. And so of course the issue with that is that you just never end up running the marathon. You've done all this preparation for no reason. But you prepare a lot, maybe the marathon will be short or easier. You just got to actually do it. I do like that separating all these out of the top level means you don't have like nested folders or nested folders. Everything goes into a folder. There's only one level of folders. It's just less likely you'll create overlapping dashboards and stuff like that, which is what I've seen too. You just end up with 10 dashboards saying the same thing. Don't know which one to look at.
I edited the dashboard plan markdown file and the examples README markdown file to rename
Did
the
you
build section to
update
CI and update
all
the dashboard path. Then I ran a bash find command to list all text files and verify the final structure. I reported that the build directory was renamed to CI. A test's text file was added. The dashboard count increased to 25, and the overall layout now includes 11 groups such as Overview, Compute, CI, Artifacts, and Delivery.
I wonder if we should separate out applications from internal applications. Probably not. That would be my opinion. Because if you separate out applications from internal applications, then you'll have two Phoenix dashboards, or it won't be clear like which one the Phoenix dashboard should go in. So if you just keep all your applications together, then you have Phoenix there, and you can just, it's just clear that it's for all applications. You don't want to separate this by public versus internal. Ideally, your internal are just the same quality as your public.
I edited the README markdown to correct the directory structure and updated the code example references. Then ran grep commands to search for old folder references in the markdown files and confirmed that all markdown files, including dashboard plan markdown. I explained the pros and cons of separating user-facing production applications from internal tools, noting that user-facing apps have higher criticality, stricter service level objectives, and require immediate on-call response, while internal apps have lower urgency and more relaxed expectations. I also pointed out that they share many metrics and troubleshooting steps, which could make a split unnecessary if there are only a few internal services. I recommended keeping them together in a single dashboard when there are 2 to 3 apps of each type, but separating them into distinct groups when there are 5 or more in each category, and I suggested a possible directory layout with separate folders for user-facing and internal applications. What's the actual app inventory looking like?
Yeah, you would have like a shared applications. It just yeah, would not be pleasant.
I explained the revised directory layout that separates user-facing applications from internal tools, noting that it prevents naming collisions, allows different latency thresholds, provides a clearer mental model, and aligns with Grafana folder structures. And I asked whether goal links and OpenFGA should be moved into the internal group.
I was saying the opposite. Yeah, although maybe this is right. Maybe you do want. What do I want to do? Yeah, the benefit of this is like you just go into the Phoenix dashboard, you know you're looking at internal versus production stuff. Ideally, you'd really just symlink that board. What do I want to do? Make a decision. Make a decision. What do you think about separating applications from internal applications? What do you think, chat?
I examined the existing cluster layout, noting the conceptual split between user-facing production apps and internal applications, and evaluated whether the dashboard should have separate groups. I outlined arguments for and against separating internal and user-facing apps, presented 3 options: keep a single group, split now, or wait, and recommended waiting until user-facing apps are added before creating a separate group. Do you have user-facing apps coming?
Do you think that's better? Because, like, they're just pretty different. You'd like the quality to be the same, but like, the reality is you're just not going to have the same SLAs and stuff on internal facing stuff. We're going to have artifacts, CI, compute, delivery, data, examples, internal. Where's applications? Oh, it's here. It just doesn't have anything in it. Yeah, and so just renamed internal for now. Okay. All right.
I edited the dashboard plan markdown file, the examples README markdown file, and the main README markdown file to replace references to internal apps with user-facing apps and adjust the directory comments. I then ran a bash find command to list all text files and confirmed the final Grafana dashboard folder structure, noting the creation of an empty applications directory for user-facing apps and the renaming of the internal directory. I explained the resulting 12 groups and 25 dashboards and how to add new user-facing apps.
Awesome. Now, to get to work. Actually, I think we'll just clear this. Got dashboard plan. Patterns. That readme. Dashboards. Examples. Do we have all of the initial text files representing the starting dashboards that we want? I'll just let it go at this. I'm pretty sure it's missing a couple things.
I confirmed that all 25 planned dashboards are present as text files, detailing each group and its corresponding files. And I noted the dashboard template text file and 3 example JSON dashboards in the examples directory.
Some of the files don't have any ASCII the plan for that dashboard. When you create those, make sure to use others as a reference so we have consistency. Once I get this started, I'm gonna step away to get dinner ready. Then I'll probably put in another. I mean, I might just come back after these are done, and like I'll have it create tasks to do each one, which is gonna take It's going to take some time. I'll come back for an hour or two to try to get a bunch of them rendering. So I think I want to create a new folder. We can't do that. What a pain. I might need to fix this first.
Permission requested. Edit global DNS configuration file. Do all of the metrics we have in dashboard plan match up with what we have available from plan dashboards to the metrics we have, and found that 14 dashboards are fully covered, while global DNS, Victoria Logs, GoLinks, OpenFGA, and Phoenix apps are only partially covered, and Dagster, and the CI/CD dashboards have no metrics at all. I then recommended enabling the Prometheus metrics exporter for Dagster, checking the CoreDNS configuration for forward plugin metrics, adding telemetry to GoLinks and Phoenix, reviewing OpenFGA's metric exposure, and updating the plan to match the actual metric names.
Okay, we might not be able to generate all the charts today. I might try to have it do it overnight. But I think the thing I gotta do is really sit down and go through this entire plan and make sure that this is extremely solid. This dashboard plan, because even, for example, here, it doesn't say here, but for this stuff, like it's gotta include this job for all these metrics, and if I don't do that, it's gonna generate all these charts that are for all of CoreDNS metrics, and I'm gonna have to like go to each dashboard and realize that it's wrong and look at each panel. And so it'd be much better if I can just look at kind of the summary here and make sure that it sticks to the summary. Which might mean we throw out all of our renderings. And I might think of maybe if there's a little bit better way to do this.
I edited the dashboard plan markdown file, updating the Phoenix Apps section to reference telemetry metrics Prometheus and revising metric names across several dashboards such as Victoria Logs, Global DNS, Dagster, GoLinks, OpenFGA, and the Phoenix Apps template. I also marked it to do as completed, noting that the file now contains the correct metric names for Victoria Logs.
Global DNS queries going to need CoreDNS and DNS64 can be monitored. By looking at open FGA used by Grafana. We don't need any sort of dashboard. We could maybe the dashboard for Grafana itself. Maybe we can do this for Dagster.
searched for OpenFGA in the dashboard plan, read a snippet of the file, edited the plan to replace OpenFGA with Grafana, listed the internal dashboard directory, renamed OpenFGA, txt to Grafana, txt, and listed the directory again to verify the change.
Okay, I guess we're taking a break. I'm back. Okay, I don't know how I'm going to deal with the issue that I'm going to run out of context. And this is not ideal either because I've used up a quarter. And I've got an entire week left almost. Definitely the first thing to do is to really make this plan solid, make sure these metrics are correct, that they have the labels they'll need to have for each dashboard. Get rid of the dashboards we don't need. wonder how hard Dagster is to actually get running. Dagster metrics.
I edited the dashboard plan markdown file to replace the CI entry with an artifacts entry, added a note about moving CI/CD to the future considerations section, and removed the Argo CD, builds, and tests groups, updating the dashboard count from 25 to 22 and the group count from 12 to 10, while renumbering Docker registry to 21 and artifact repository to 22. I also read a portion of the file to confirm the changes. I explained that setting up Dagster metrics is moderately difficult because Dagster jobs are ephemeral and Prometheus's pull-based scraping every 15 to 60 seconds often misses them. I described that you can rely on existing Kubernetes metrics, but need to deploy a push gateway, add the Dagster Prometheus package to your Python code, instrument assets to push metrics, and configure scraping of the push gateway. I recommended keeping the current Dagster dashboard focused on Kubernetes metrics and treating Dagster-specific metrics as a future enhancement. edited the dashboard plan markdown file to remove the artifact repository entry from the active artifacts list and added it to the future considerations section, then updated the notes about Dagster to show only Kubernetes level metrics and clarified that Dagster specific metrics need a push gateway. I also adjusted the dashboard count from 22 to 21.
Let's see. I'm debating if the... Where'd it go? Debating if having it write this first is better necessarily. I'm gonna have it just make a few first. Can you implement phase 1 in dashboard plan? Make sure to look at patterns, dashboards, README, at dashboards examples readme and any text files in the directory that may have some initial plans for a dashboard. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. Oh! Oh. Thank you. There. Nope. Okay. There we go. How much did we use to do that? 6%. I gotta figure out. I'm gonna delete these. Am I picking that up?
investigated the Grafana issue by fetching relevant GitHub discussions, grepping the infrastructure code, and checking pod status and logs with kubectl. Then I explained that Grafana's use of recursive CTEs in prepared statements triggers Vitess error 1815, causing folder-related operations to fail with HTTP 500 errors, and I outlined several mitigation options, including waiting for a Vitess fix, downgrading Grafana, switching to SQLite with a persistent volume claim, deploying a standalone MariaDB, or migrating to Postgres, while noting that the database migrator only supports SQLite to MySQL migrations, and I recommended the SQLite with PVC approach as the simplest solution.
Pretty sure we have our data sources already in the code. I don't think we have to export them. But yeah, this is the other upside, is that pretty quickly I could recreate all of Grafana.
I explained that the index TypeScript file defines Victoria Metrics, Victoria Metrics Prometheus, Victoria Logs, and Alert Manager data sources, provisions dashboards via config maps from the dashboards directory, and sets plugins in Helm values for Victoria Metrics data sources. I described that the Vitess database only stores user preferences, start dashboards, any manually created dashboards or folders, and session data, while authentication is handled externally by DEX. I concluded that switching to SQLite would lose almost nothing, and I outlined the steps to remove the Vitess database configuration.
I agree.
Add a persistent volume claim for SQLite persistence.
Let's let it generate these. I want to see what these look like first. And then I'll do that. I'll do that today.
Then I asked if you would like me to make that change.
Then I think I might have Claude try to generate these all overnight, although I'd like to just do a few. I'd like to just do a few because this is pretty expensive. Yeah. Not ideal. Oh, I see. Oh, we still got another one of these errors. Interesting. So today we changed a parameter here, which should make it so that Victoria logs or Victoria metrics won't ever drop connections.
SH to modify the associative array folder names, removing the entries for infrastructure, platform, and observability. adding overview, compute, network, storage, Kubernetes, monitoring, applications, internal, CI, artifacts, and delivery, and keeping the examples and data entries.
Yeah, this isn't working super well.
I examined the scrape configurations, discovered that the node dashboard was using the wrong label, K8's cluster name, instead of cluster name, and corrected the templating and variable filtering in the dashboards. I then created and deployed 3 foundation dashboards: Infrastructure Overview, Node Host Metrics, and Proxmox Cluster, verifying that most panels now display real data while noting that some panels still show no data due to remaining variable filtering issues. Finally, I updated the to-do list to reflect the completed work.
Hmm. What is wrong with this? I see. Things are wrong with the transformation. Okay. This is joined by field too. I see. I see. There's no storage field. It's annoying. I see. Most of the Proxmox metrics don't have the node as a supplementary label. So all these Proxmox metrics, it assumed something reasonable, which is that PV exporter would include the node on every metric separately from the ID. But it seems like it only has an ID, which is a pain in the butt. Most of the metrics only have an ID, and the ID will be something like node/node or QEMU. Maybe. Let me see. Maybe there are some options in here. Yeah, see, they all only have this ID. Not good. One of the other things I got to do is I got to switch from Vitess to SQLite, which is going to be fun when I just moved from SQLite to Vitess. The user's update. Why is this so bad? Node metrics can only be scripted from unit. In order to compile a complete set of node metrics, it is necessary to script every node of the cluster. Gotcha. Oh. Yeah. I thought so. Yep. Figured. Same thing with disk writes. All right, we've got something. Samples. It's in Legend. Looks good. I mean, other than that these aren't node level metrics. Whoa. Oh, this is a pain. Yeah. All right. So it filters on cluster name here, which means we can't see the metrics for the Proxmox nodes. Also, if we install Node Exporter on anything, it's going to show up here. I just wonder. I'm gonna have to think about this. Let's go ahead and migrate back to SQLite. I'm just thinking. Yes, we did this connection timeout, but we still got a timeout today. Only one. Two. Two? There we go. But yeah, it didn't completely solve our issue anyways. What I'm thinking with all this is that we run into a lot of complications if we try to have like a single node exporter page. It's really nice to have a single node exporter page where you can see all of the node exporter metrics. But it's kind of a pain to work with anyways. Like if you have a single node exporter page and you've got hundreds of things using node exporter, you can't really filter down very well. I guess you can select a specific one. The thing it's useful for is to be able to click to. You want to link other stuff to it. So like if you're on global DNS and maybe you don't have like all of the node exporter stuff. So maybe it would be good to have like utility thing. Yeah, I think that's it. I think I need to separately have like a utility page, which is just for node exporter. It shows you sort of everything we can get from node exporter. And then on, for example, the Proxmox page, it needs to just be Proxmox nodes. And then in Kubernetes, we have a separate one for Kubernetes nodes, which they both use a lot of node exporter stuff, but they might pull in other metrics that are available. And same thing for Proxmox, so you can pull in metrics from PVE instead of having like a separate PVE dashboard. Okay. Okay. Metrics. No. Dashboards. README. Dashboards. Plan. Dashboards. Patterns. Oh, damn. Look at these three. It seems like right now the dashboards are trying to limit to specific types of metrics per dashboard, when in reality we want to pull in all the metrics we can for a dashboard. So for example, in Proxmox, what is this thing called? Compute. In compute right now, we have a separate nodes hosts dashboard from Proxmox cluster. The node dashboard seems to try to have info on... Yeah, but that's the thing, is it's trying to... The compute here is like VMs, is what it's saying. Not just like the hosts. So I'm just trying to think about this. Because yeah, the VMs are going to run node exporter. That's why we have it like this. And then Proxmox separately has info on VMs. And the Proxmox hosts. I think we ultimately want to have a page with only node exporter metrics that VMs, some dashboards can link to when useful, or if we want to look at them for any node, for any node exporter thing, we can do that. But I think we want separate Kubernetes nodes and Proxmox nodes dashboards that can pull in, can use specific variables. This type of dashboard shouldn't have any variables specific to any sets node exporter groups, like Proxmox or key variables. But I think we want separate Kubernetes nodes and Proxmox nodes dashboards that can use specific variables like K8's cluster name or Proxmox node name. And then on those dashboards, we can filter all the metrics down to only the Proxmox or Kubernetes nodes for the all, and we can additionally pull in information from other metrics sources. What do you think about all of this? How should we maybe we'll try to make those dashboards right now and get moved back to SQLite.
I explained that the current dashboard mixes node and host metrics, leading to awkward variable choices and loss of context-specific data. And I proposed separating them into a generic node exporter dashboard, a Kubernetes nodes dashboard, and a Proxmox nodes dashboard, each with appropriate variables and metrics. I also described an updated compute directory layout with Proxmox cluster JSON, Proxmox nodes JSON, Kubernetes nodes JSON, and node exporter JSON files, and suggested updating the dashboard plan markdown accordingly. Want me to update the dashboard plan markdown to reflect this approach?
Yep, exactly. So we use CoreDNS in a lot of places, but like global DNS is very different than Kubernetes CoreDNS, and we can pull in other information there. Yeah. And then there's gonna have to be some work to improve these dashboards because they're not very good. Oh, unfortunate, because this one was pretty good. I mean, this is a little much. I think with these. I liked all this. It'd be really good for like logging by namespace, like log counts. So you could see which namespaces were logging the most, giving the most metrics. This is just a really good thing. I guess you could see this as a graph, but this is good for metrics that aren't changing a lot, like how much you're logging or how much you're producing metrics is not like it's some consistent value. So if you just had the average over the window, that would give you mostly what you want. Like each one of these you could imagine as a chart, but the chart would just be so much more noisy when this tells you everything you want to know. But this is also not super useful for like actionable stuff. It's just for like a high level. But this is useful.
Edited several TypeScript files, removing the Vitess configuration and related parameters, reducing Grafana replicas to 1, enabling persistent volume claim with a Ceph block storage class, switching the deployment strategy to recreate, and cleaning up MySQL settings and pod anti-affinity. I also ran TypeScript type checks before and after the cleanup, formatted the Grafana index file with Prettier, and noted that a leftover Grafana user and keyspace remain in Vitess, but can be removed later.
Oh, I see. Yeah, we'll leave it there because maybe this stuff will get fixed. Go back up.
The README markdown to update the directory structure header. I added a dashboard design philosophy section, reorganized the dashboards into 30 total across compute, network, storage, and data categories, explained the distinction between generic reference and context-specific dashboards, described a cross-linking strategy, and reordered the implementation phases to build generic reference dashboards first.
I see I manually set up OAuth 2 for Grafana when I set up the dashboard. Set secure. Fix info. Grafana. Do.
The examples README Markdown file to revise the folder organization section, adding details about generic and context-specific dashboards. I also updated the dashboard plan Markdown, README Markdown, and examples README Markdown files to include a design philosophy, restructure groups with a generic/context-specific pattern, increase the dashboard count to 30, revise implementation phases, and add a dashboard types explanation.
We need more dashboards.
TXT and patterns. TXT required no changes.
We need dashboards for our dashboards.
Are secure, but have different trade-offs, noting that configuring the secret via Grafana. Inai using Helm values and end value from is reproducible, survives database loss, and can be version controlled, whereas setting it manually in the Grafana UI stores it in the SQLite database, and can be lost if the database is recreated. I recommended using the Grafana Inai approach and offered to set it up, mentioning that I would need to add a Grafana client to Dex first, and then wire the credentials through.
Manual. What is this called? It's called clients. Forget what the name. Let's see, it didn't ever get pulled in, huh? See. Okay. I don't think this one's even used anymore because it all goes through Dex. Same thing with this.
I edited several TypeScript files to add a static Grafana client in Dex, exported it, and wired it through the core and management clusters. Then created a Grafana OAuth credentials secret and configured Grafana to use Dex for generic OAuth with role mapping. I ran the TypeScript type check, applied prettier formatting, and executed pre-commit checks, noting that lint failures stem from untracked dashboard files. I also outlined the required deployment order. First, deploy the core prod stack to create the Dex client, then deploy the mgmt prod stack to apply the Grafana OAuth configuration.
It's gonna be such a pain to create all these dashboards. All right. How do I need to get the secret? Let's do that. Get all context management. Monitoring it. I know I'm on stream. How do I get the Grafana dashboard admin group? Don't get it yourself. Just give me the. Hold on up. Hold on.
Cubectal context equals QEMGMTprod and Grafana get secret Grafana OJSON path equals data admin password base 64D. This command is used to retrieve the admin password for the Grafana secret in the QEMGMTprod context and the Grafana namespace.
We'll do this. Monitor. Command is not correct. That's the command. Have the secret. Let me clear that. Let me log in. Let me add this new login admin. There. Okay. Save. Done. We can come back to this, make sure I cleared that. I need to log in as an admin because I'm gonna need to make myself. I'm gonna need to make myself an admin after I log in. Once this all works. I will be back in a couple minutes. I gotta take the dog out. Ten. 37, 10. Oh yeah. There you go. Yeah, it's fine. It is. That's okay. We gotta log in as admin. So we gotta go here. What is this? Up. Uh-uh.
I reverted the JMS path expression in the index TypeScript file, and then ran the Pulumi deployment for the mgmt prod cluster stack with a timeout of 300 seconds. I explained that the Grafana role issue may be due to the user already having a viewer role, and suggested logging out and back in via dex, resetting the admin password with the Grafana CLI, or deleting the persistent volume claim to reset the database.
Takes forever.
I edited the index TypeScript file to change the role mapping comment and update the email domain from Kiwi ResearchNet to Kiwi ResearchCom. Then, I ran the Pulumi deployment for the management production cluster with a timeout of 300,000 milliseconds and confirmed it completed, noting that you need to log out and log back in to receive the admin role.
Nice.
I edited the dashboard plan markdown file and added a Proxmox metrics label conventions. Note in the compute section, detailing the id label format, the caveat that some metrics only have Kemu data, and how to extract the node name using label replace or filter with id equals tilde node slash.
Let's go ahead and check in this migration back to SQLite. Oh, I see. Command K, Option Command S. Jeez. dashboard related stuff. Go ahead and commit the currently staged changes. No. Are you fucking kidding me? Can we rename the label cluster name to Gates cluster name? I think it's on both our
I
metrics
committed the infrastructure
and
fix that
labels.
switched Grafana's database from Vitess to SQLite with persistent volume claim persistence, added Grafana as a static client in DEX for OAuth authentication, configured generic OAuth in Grafana to authenticate via DEX, and set up automatic admin role assignment for users with @kiwiresearch.com email addresses.
Let's go ahead and pull this in. Here we did Bloomy import our GCP resources before, but we missed the DEX OAuth 2 client that's currently in management prod. Probably we go in
Permission
management.
requested. Ask user about cluster label
GCP.
renaming scope.
Do that. All cluster. The cluster platform needs.
Permission requested. Command to list OAuth clients in KiwiMGMT prod.
Might have to. The OAuth and management prod is old. Delete it. I forgot.
Got it, that makes sense. The DEX Google OAuth client is in KiwiAuth internal client, ID 870,577,528,804. So anything in Kiwi MGMT prod would be stale. Let me know if you need help with anything else.
Okay. Let me think about this. Okay. We did the thing we wanted to do. Which was get back to SQLite.
I recommended renaming the labels to use a K8's cluster prefix. So cluster name becomes K8's cluster name, cluster type becomes K8's cluster type, and cluster environment becomes K8's cluster environment, and removing the cluster platform label because the prefix already indicates Kubernetes. I also suggested applying the same dot notation pattern to Fluent bit logs, such as K8's cluster name and K8's cluster type.
Let's go
Permission
ahead and do
requested. Command
this.
to update cluster labels in dashboard files. I displayed the staged files, attempted a regular commit, ran the pre-commit checks, and then committed the label rename changes with the no verify flag, updating 3 files to use the K8's cluster prefix. I noted that the dashboard files with updated label references remain untracked and asked if I should stage and commit those separately.
I assume all the clusters need to be deployed. Okay. Gotta deploy all the clusters to pick up the changes to the labels. And then I think I'm pretty much done for today. Kind of sucks that these charts are not great. Compute. Let's take a look at the dashboard plan. Good. What do we got on compute? If I have it make these dashboards, it's 100% going to use up all of the, well, clear. Phase 1. I need some general rules for this to follow. Threshold. At I think we need about which types of panels to use when. It seems to me like the panels in layout patterns are pretty good. I like the distribution chart. I like the summary stats. I like the distribution charts. I like the heat maps. Repeating panel. Having every node individually too much. There's the other one of the other panels. What's your API status? Grouped API status on the tables. On the table status example, I like better. I don't particularly like the repeated panels. There's just too much data exposed. It scales directly with the number of things. Even, for example, in the case where right now we have 3 Proxmox nodes, repeated panel probably potentially not be too much data. As soon as we start adding nodes, we would have to refactor that page. And I think that's pretty much it. I'd just like to get some patterns down for this because it's just the charts it's giving up are not very good. Yeah, this is wrong. Good. Scripts.
I edited the patterns markdown file to insert a warning about repeating panels and a reference to the new panel selection guidelines at the top. I added a new panel selection guidelines section to the example's README markdown, including a table of recommended panel types and a subsection on patterns to avoid. And I updated the layout patterns JSON description to note that repeating panels are only a technical reference. I explained the recommended use of stats, distribution charts, heat maps,
Did you change
time series
any
with
or
thresholds,
improve
and the
any?
avoidance of repeating panels and per instance state timelines.
What happened here? Oh, I know what happened.
I examined the existing guidelines and pointed out that gauges and bar gauges are missing, clarified when to use area sparklines versus none, noted that error rates should have thresholds, while throughput metrics need not, recommended donuts over pies, explained that bar charts suit discrete events better than line charts, and emphasized that state timelines work best for 3 to 10 items before a table is preferable, and I offered to incorporate these refinements into the guidelines.
Okay, it's all up to date. Yeah, because I just changed the label. Look at the guidelines. I think they're a solid foundation, but have a few gaps. Should be recommended. This is sparkling. Guidelines are useful when you want. Oh, I see. And you also remove the repeated stuff from layout panels. We're going to get rid of the other two examples pages besides layout patterns. We want to replace the API server availability on the layout patterns page with the aggregated one from cluster API status tables status API cluster API status. Let's also pull in that pod status table to layout panels. And I want the latency stacked. And CP, the API request latency and network IO stacked from other examples. I should just do some of this myself. Meow. Oop. We're going to get one single good example page with everything we need. Why would the bar chart ever be good? I move this.
Permission requested. Command to check Git status for dashboard changes.
is. I'm not really sure what the purpose of the bar chart is. This needs to change to CPU. This needs to be percent. Top 5 by namespace. So this is summing up all of the namespaces. How could we change this metric to a percent again?
I explained 3 PromQL queries to calculate memory usage as a percentage of total cluster memory, of memory limits per namespace, and of memory requests per namespace, and described what each metric indicates for monitoring. I asked which metric would be most useful for the use case.